Hello, everyone, and welcome to the OCE VGC Champions Invitation. My name is Andy Brophy, and I dare you to find someone more excited than me to be casting our very first exhibition match series. Of course, I am not alone. Happen to be joined by my friend and your favorite VGC player's favorite VGC player, Henry Rich. How you going, man?
Hey everyone, how's it going? Looking forward to some awesome matches, awesome teams, and awesome players.
Yes.
It's been a while since we've been here, but looking forward to showing off some of that Oceania talent once again.
I know. We have absolutely scoured the list of our top players competing in the 2026 season, and we've handpicked 10 players to really show the best of what our region's got on offer.
It's gonna
Mhm.
be cool. Oceania has always been known for pulling out maybe not the most conventional of teams, but definitely some teams that are just really cool. And surprisingly enough, usually they do pretty well as well. Like we've had recently, we saw some in Zoroark winning a regional at that same regional. Triple Reggie's making top cut. Like it's been a crazy bout of teams recently, and with the introduction of champions, we get to see some new things that we haven't seen recently. New mechanics with a couple of things changing how they work. Some Pokemon that we haven't seen for quite a while. It almost feels like we're kind of powering down the format a bit and taking it back to what things used to be.
I mean, speaking of what things used to be, I feel like this is probably a similar feeling you feel, Henry, where you and I both started when Megas first roamed the Earth. So it's kind of like coming home, right? Like we talk about new stuff, but there's old stuff like Mega Kang's still sort of hanging out. Charizard's back. Aerodactyl is like a top 10 Pokemon. It's crazy, right? Like seeing some of these old guys back.
It's so cool. Australia itself has a history of Mega Aerodactyl as well. The Amity brothers used to run it to massive effect back when no one really thought about it. Um, those hyper offensive teams, but just such a fast tailwind, and of course Rock Slide. I feel like Rock Slide as a move hasn't been as relevant as it used to in the last few years. It's been here, it's been there, but with the introduction of Aerodactyl being as good as it is again, fast rock slides are so scary. Every turn it clicks it, you've got to wonder, look, is one of my Pokemon going to move? Is both my Pokemon going to move? Like, it's stressful. And a lot of the times, that just ends games on the spot, especially if you
Yes.
call it wrong. They can get speed control, dual wing beat, being able to hit threats like Sneasler, Venusaur, get around those focus sashes, which there's not a lot of moves in this format that can do that.
No, absolutely not. It's pretty much, I think, the only relevant move that's really hitting through and wiping out Sneasler guaranteed. And like speaking of Sneasler, right? Like top dog in the field right now. I think it's number one. They nerfed Diaclaw and they're like, who cares? I'm still good. I'm still great.
Well,
So
yeah,
it
you've
feels,
got
yeah.
sorry, you've got White Herb to still proc Unburden, even with all these reduced items that we got such a small list now. Sneasler keeping its best ones: White Herb, Focus Sash. Like they're all good. If you're not getting intimidated, you can always close combat, make sure that procs. But it's just such a consistent Pokemon, especially in a format where Incineroar's still around. People were kind of a bit worried about Regulation H.2, Regulation H with Megas, but it's actually become such a diverse meta. You've got some clear top dogs, and some new very interestingly good megas. Floette, such a powerhouse for Pokemon. I know not a lot of people were like, oh look, Floette's probably going to be like, it's going to be an event thing, or it's going to be in some of those like restricted formats, and then they're like, bang, off the bat, here is an absolute nuke. That look, if that clicks Light of Ruin, you don't really want to be on the receiving end of that. And if you're protecting in front of it, it's just as likely to be clicking Calm Mind and hitting even harder the next turn. Like it's crazy.
Absolutely. But you know what? It's been 10 years since that Pokemon was revealed, well over 10 years, and it's finally in the game, it's finally legal, and it's meta relevant. I think good for her, right? But anyway, speaking of the Pokemon, I think we should probably jump ahead and see what our first match is going to be and jump into the teams.
Yeah, absolutely. Because we've got some cool ones coming up as well. A big talking powerhouses. One of the biggest powerhouses that we've seen in the history of the game when it comes to Megas. Mega Gengar, bringing with it that Shadow Tag ability, trapping opponents on the field. It's really disrupting any sorts of defensive switches. It's often known to carry that Perish Song move, which we're not seeing here. Instead, opting for that double stab and disable. So Sludge Bomb, Shadow Ball there. Such good coverage. And backed up by, really, we've said it a lot about individual Pokemon, but this team is full of powerhouses, including a new one in that Mega Delphox.
Yeah, Mega Delphox is quite scary. I feel like some players, back when its ability was revealed to be Levitate, were actually feeling quite sad, thinking it wouldn't be able to benefit from the psychic terrain that they assumed you'd be able to put with it. But honestly, it's proven itself. It's got a great speed tier. It's immune to ground, which is pretty much everywhere, with Garchomp being one of the best Pokemon. And it's got such high damage output that it's quite scary. Even though King Gambit is often a problem for these Dark Weak Pokemon, it has Substitute, so you can kind of play a bit of a mind game of, is it going to protect? Is it going to press a Substitute to get around the Sucker Punch? Is it just going to attack and say, you know what? Here we go. Um, but then also looking at the rest of the team, we have the Rotom Wash. I think with Rotom being back in the format and being good, that's a sign of a good format, if you ask me. But it's rocking pretty much the move set that it's run its whole life, which is Thunderbolt, Hydro Pump, Protect, and Will-O-Wisp, and with a Citrus Berry for extra bulk. And then also on the team we have a Choice Scarf Garchomp with Earthquake, Stomping Tantrum, that feared Rock Slide we were talking about earlier, and Dragon Claw. So quite an offensive team, and I feel like matches Luke's playstyle that we've expected from him pretty well. And yeah, I'm truly excited. I think one
Yeah,
thing that's also very very cool about this format is, with the limited items that we see, there is two megas on the team, which, while it did happen in the past, it is definitely much more common now to just have two megas and have two different modes on your team.
yeah, and touching on that, we haven't spoken about the trainer themselves. Luke
Mm.
Yule, known in the past for running Mega Gengar, it's definitely something he's very experienced with. Luke's been around for quite a long time, like I said, going back to those previous Mega formats. And here he is doing well in the 2026 season and ready to shine again. Luke making top four at the Auckland Special event in so recently, and getting other regional top cuts recent in the last few years as well. Top eight Perth Regional 2024. He's always been one of those consistently good players, and it's going to be a really good matchup here between Luke and his opponent, who is also running a very interesting team, Yoav Reuven, who, that same Auckland special event that Luke top four, Yoav was actually able to take home the champion title, as well as doing well at Brisbane Regionals 2026 as well, top four. But I think everyone also would have seen him on stream at LAIC, taking down Marco Silva on stream for a final placing of top 16, which was really impressive to see.
Yes, absolutely. And I think he's got such an impressive team here right now. I heard on the grapevine that Mega Sizor is actually his favorite Pokemon, so it's actually very cool to see him using it. And in a very Floette dominated meta right now, I think having this Mega Sizor that can set up with a Swords Dance and just start bullet punching things down, it's quite scary. And on this team as well, it's got a Rain mode with this Pelipper that happens to be protecting Sizor from its one weakness. And additionally, we've got a new Mega with this Mega Dragonite, which has decided to swap its attack and become a special attacker, really taking advantage of that rain, being able to Weather Ball, being able to Hurricane, and just Dragon Pulse for extra coverage. Very much looking like what was a Regulation H team with the Archaludon, sort of Basculegion Pelipper core, but also like half Mega, half Reg H. It's very cool to see these kind of old ideas take a new light in this new regulation and in this new game.
It's really interesting as well,
Mm.
seeing how Pokemon have had to adapt from Scarlet and Violet to Champions. We see it very
Mm.
clearly on this team where Archaludon, one of those Pokemon that it loved its Assault Vest, making up for that kind of lackluster special defense, having to opt for other items now. We see Yoav has opted for the leftovers on his Archaludon. Um, but it means that you've got room for protect now, and because of that, it kind of forces you into different coverage. Which Yoav's going for the Aura Sphere here on the Archaludon. It's great for other Archaludon, great for Incineroar. It's just these new options that Pokemon have, and this Mega Dragonite, we've seen a lot of the time they can opt to carry Thunder or Tailwind, but this one's actually got that Weather Ball, so it can hit um, on the Water type, which you don't really see from Dragonites too often. And considering there's already a Basculegion and a Pelip there, it can be kind of unexpected. Um, but it's going to be dealing so much damage because Mega Dragonite's special attack is just so high. Things like Incineroar, forced to drop knockoff, which it doesn't get anymore, and going for moves like Darkest Lariat, which again we haven't seen for a while. But a really interesting thing that I would kind of want to point out between these two teams, um, both trainers have Scarf Pokemon. Both trainers have kind of those middling tiers where Luke's is kind of leaning towards a bit on the faster side. But there's only one form of speed control between these two teams, which is the Tailwind on that Pelipper. So it's going to be really interesting to see how that kind of interact between the two, um, gaining that gaining that speed advantage. And it's going to be really important for both to kind of try to be moving first because they don't have the bulkiest Pokemon on these teams.
Yeah, it is very, very interesting kind of looking at the game that we have ahead of us because, like you said, there is that speed control over on Yoav's side, but he also has full reign of the weather. If he gets that Pelipper in, the rain is going to be set up and it's going to be there to stay. So it's going to be interesting to see how Luke is going to manage that. Uh, Considering that he does have the Mega Gengar that has the Shadow tag, maybe we'll see some situations where it'll be keeping Pokemon in to stop the rain from being set up, or maybe a Pelipper will be forced to be led if he wants to go with that mode. Very, very interesting because this Delphox, I feel like there's a few Pokemon here it really will want to be outspeeding and hitting hard with its psychic and its fire type moves, but it's going to be incredibly interesting. I'm very, very happy to see we have such a good diverse mix of megas. We've got 4 megas in this first round and none of them overlap. It's so exciting.
Well, not only that, but we have 12 unique Pokemon as well. And like we were touching
Yes.
on earlier, some of these older Pokemon, I'm really excited to see the Rotom Wash here. Rotom Wash has historically been very good into rain teams, with one exception being Ludicolo. But there's no Ludicolo here. There's no grass typing on Yoav's sides. This Rotom is going to be a really important piece to Luke's game plan when it comes to trying to dismantle this rain mode that Yoav has going on here.
Yes, absolutely. I think something I also want to point out about this Pelipper is that it's holding the Mystic Water item. So typically they like to run with a Focus Sash, but considering this, it means this Rotom has a chance to just one-hit KO this Pelipper right off the bat. And even some of these stronger Pokemon on Luke's side, they might even be able to do that. So going to be very interesting to see how the rain mode is going to be managed, if at all. Maybe Yoav finds he won't need to be relying on that as much and may be able to use his other pieces, but yes, it's going to be very, very interesting. But I definitely agree. It's a good shout out that the Rotom here looks like it's going to be an important piece against some of these Pokemon.
Yeah, it's really cool as well because like Scizor hits so hard, and especially after a Swords Dance, there's no Intimidate on Luke's side of the field. The only real threat to that Scizor is the Mega Delphox, but against a rain matchup, it may or may not be coming. So that Scizor might be able to run a bit rampant if a Swords Dance goes on. But we are going to see straight off the bat here at least one of these Rain 4 Pokemon. We've got the Pelipper and the Dragonite coming out from Yoav. Well, the Gengar for now, and the King Gambit from Luke's side.
Yes, incredibly interesting. I think something that is a bit of an adjustment is when it comes to these Mega Pokemon compared to Terra that we've seen in the past is right off the rip, some players just like to go for the Mega because there's no purpose in holding it, you know. So with this Gengar, it could just be a Mega we could be seeing come out here. It does outspeed this Dragonite, so there is definitely potential for like a Sucker Punch double up coming out, but at the same time, it could be looking to protect Tailwind kind of scenario. Another thing I do want to note with this Pelipper is that it doesn't carry Protect as well, so it is very much left open here for an attack.
Yeah, and there is that Mega on the Gengar, getting that Shadow Tag ability going and making sure that there are going to be no defensive or kind of proactive switches from Yoav's side of the field at all. And in return, another Mega Evolution from Yoav's side of the field, definitely indicating the speed tiers between these two Pokemon here. Gengar, though, while it is threatening a lot of damage, a big Sludge Bomb into the Pelipper, not quite enough to pick up the KO there, but both of these Mega Pokemon going for huge damage on turn one. Hurricane almost enough, but the Gengar getting confused there. might not be able to get another move off in this game, while Pelipper going for that safe speed control that we were talking about earlier, that tailwind, making sure that, look, the Gengar moved first on turn 1, but it's not going to be doing so again, as the King Gambit going for not a whole lot of damage, but importantly, breaking that multi-scale on the Dragonite, making sure that any attacks that come its way for the rest of this game are going to be hitting at full power.
Yes, absolutely. So looking like a terrifying sort of situation for this Gengar here. Pretty much any attack now will be knocking it out. And I'm not sure, was that trade worth it onto this Pelipper for not knocking it out, right? They got the, I mean, sure, you take some damage on it, but it got its tailwind off. This Dragonite, it's still looking quite healthy. It's looking quite good for Yoav at the moment. This King Gambit does threaten a Sucker Punch into this Pelipper, so wonder if we'll be seeing... I suppose there's no switch out there, right? So it's kind of trapped in here. And Gengar looking like it's going for the Protect, and it does attack through the Confusion, and it gets its Protect off, so it's safe for this one turn. And we see the Sucker Punch go into the Pelipper, and it is knocked out. It could not escape. The only thing it could do was press a status move, but is it worth going for here? Maybe you want that free switch in to keep your rain turns active. And then we see the Weather Ball almost KO with a critical hit into this King Gambit. Big damage there.
Yeah, this Dragonite, that Weather Ball, while not same type attack bonus, it doesn't get those boosts. Getting that rain boost, and Dragonite's naturally special attack just makes that hit so hard. It was really good on turn 1 not getting the Pelipper, giving the Pelipper a free switch, because that would have been really drastic on that turn 1 especially. But the Archaladon now able to come in for free, and both of Luke's Pokemon are so low when it comes to the HP. There's not really a great defensive switch in for a double up on these Pokemon. You really want to switch Garchomp into, say, an Electroshock, but you don't want to switch it into a Dragon Pulse. Yoav has a really good kind of one-slot pin active here, especially since that Gengar has already protected it and likely won't be able to get it again. But there it is. The Sucker Punch going into the Dragonite, not quite enough, and a Dragon Pulse following up onto that Gengar, and what I have to presume is going to be an Electroshock coming out from this Archaladon. Archaladon hanging on to that big electric move from Scarlet and Violet, charging up thanks to the rain, going to be able to get that attack off this turn, and with no protects, this is going to be a big hit going into the King Gambit. It's definitely going to get that KO, especially with the boost, even without the boost, and Yoav takes a really commanding lead in this game. He's got the tailwind up, he's got a boosted Archaladon, and even though Dragonite's been chipped out of its multi-scale, it's in a really prime position to just keep dishing out damage as Sneasler and Rotom come out to be the last 2 Pokemon from Luke's side.
Absolutely. These double dragons are just looking like they're going to be on a tear for the rest of this game. I think, honestly, Pelipper did its job. It got the tailwind, the speed control, it got the rain, and these two are just ready to go to town on this team. This Sneasler does have fake out pressure at the moment, but I'm just not really seeing a way of how it's going to get through these turns. We might have to be seeing some double protects or something of that nature, because it's looking quite terrifying right now for Luke's side. Not to mention that he also still has 1 Pokemon left in the back, so I'm feeling scared for these. I've seen Sneasler pull off some crazy comebacks, but I'm not sure if it's got it in it. We'll have to see.
Rotom is known for having its bulk, especially on this style of team. It carries that Will-O-Wisp, it carries that Citrus Berry, it wants to live hits, but going for the safe double protect here, making sure you're stalling out as many of those tailwind turns as possible. If there is a way for Luke to come back into this, he needs to be hitting first, especially with that Sneasler. Getting something off like a big close combat into the Archaladon could be just what he needs to bring him back into this game. But you've also got to remember, as you said, that last Pokemon lurking in the back, it is quite likely to be Basculegion, that Scarf Pokemon that loves coming in at the end of games, clicking those big last respects, even those wave crashes, and even if the rain goes down here, it is carrying that choice Scarf item. It's not that Swift Swim, it's that adaptability which makes it hit so consistently hard, even if you don't have the rain active at the time. But it's such an interesting position here. Luke has these 2 Pokemon. He really needs to try to get through this turn with them both intact, but it's so hard because both of these Pokemon are threatening so much damage. Archaladon, it gets the close combat off. Archaladon hanging on. Sorry, the Sneasler getting the close combat off there. Archaladon just able to hang on from that close combat. as the White Herb activates on Sneasler, getting rid of that special defense and defense drop. But if this Dragonite goes into the Sneasler, which it does, that is not going to be enough. Sneasler going down to that massive Hurricane.
Yeah, I think it's looking a bit like curtains for this Rotom, unfortunately. This Archaludon, it is just too bulky, able to take on that super effective close combat, and able to set up Electro Shots even if going into Protect. So it has now got 3 stages of special attack increase, and this is a neutral hit hitting into the half Water type Rotom here. It's just a clean 1-hit KO. So the first game will be going to Yoav, and we'll have to see how Luke is going to adjust to take on this very oppressive Rain Core that Yoav has.
Yeah, Archaludon showing why just because it's lost its Assault Vest doesn't mean it's any less powerful. Absolutely annihilating that Rotom there, taking the easy 1-hit knockout. But yeah, it's really on Luke here to see how he adjusts. We were talking about that kind of lack of speed control on his team in the first game, and how Yoav's Tailwind is really the only speed control that we've got between these two teams. And it came into such drastic effect in that game. Gengar was able to move first on turn 1, get off a big Sludge Bomb, but it just wasn't enough to get the KO on that Pelipper. And from there forward, Pelipper got up a Tailwind. Even though Yoav wasn't able to switch any of his Pokemon out, he didn't really need to. He was threatening those big Weather Balls, which kind of forced the King Gambit to Sucker Punch into that Pelipper slot, which then just gives you a free switch to Archaludon. With that Tailwind up, you're just hitting first, hitting consistently, and as we saw, hitting for so much damage. Luke really needs to find a way to kind of counteract that, or if he can, maybe bring something like that Rotom to try to stop that Pelipper from getting the Tailwind off altogether. Something like that Sneasler and the Rotom would be kind of an adjustment that I'd really like to see. You've got Fake Out for the Dragonite. Depending on how this Rotom's trained, it can be faster than that Pelipper. So something like a Fake Out into that Dragonite, either forcing a Protect or breaking that Multiscale while going for a Thunderbolt into that Pelipper could be really important. King Gambit's important to preserve purely because if that Tailwind does go up, you've at least got those big priority Sucker Punches that can come out. But rounding out the game, it's going to be really interesting to see kind of how Luke does adjust for this.
Absolutely. I think that's a good shout with the Rotom. And the speed tiers between Rotom and Pelipper would be very important going into this game. So again, Dragonite and Pelipper are here. And we see from Luke's side, Garchomp and Gengar. Okay, switching it up a bit here. Now, it is important to note that this Garchomp here does have the Scarf. So it's very much likely to be outspeeding this Gengar. So we could see maybe a bit of a 1-2 punch kind of combo going into this Dragonite, or maybe just thinking, okay, I've got a slow Rotom. I'm going to try and take out this Pelipper. It can't protect. I'm going to bring my 2 fast guys and just go for it. That's kind of what I'm expecting to see here. Although, as noted, with this Pelipper carrying the Mystic Water, it is likely to be trained bulky. So we'll just have to see how Luke decides to respond to this threat.
Yeah, this Pelipper is carrying the Wide Guard though. While Luke has a lot of really nice options to go with on this Garchomp, you don't really want to be clicking Earthquake. You're into 2 flying types and you carry your own Gengar, so you really want to be going for something like that Rock Slide. But Wide Guard can put a stop to that for a turn, but at the same time, that might be a trade-off that Luke is willing to make, because if the Pelipper is clicking Wide Guard while you're not getting the Rock Slide to connect, the Pelipper's not clicking Tailwind, which means that if you can't 2-hit KO with both of these Pokemon combined on turn 1, at least you can follow up on a following turn, and there it is. There's that Wide Guard that we just mentioned, going off protecting from any spread moves, but Luke seeing through that, going straight for the Dragon Claw, and the Shadow Ball doubling up on this Pelipper should be more than enough to get the double knockout, and that prevents the Tailwind that was so crucial last game.
Yes, absolutely. Luke identified from the last game, hey, this Pelipper, it came in, it set the rain, it set the speed control, and Yoav was allowed to run away with the game. So he did have to take out his own Garchomp. He had to sacrifice it in order to get this off, but now it looks like the speed is going to be in Luke's favor here, as he has the naturally faster Pokemon in his Gengar, and we'll have to see what Yoav is going to bring out here. It very much does look like a prime position for the Basque Legion to come in. It'll be able to outspeed and do big damage into what's on Luke's team. Assuming that he did bring it.
Yeah, it also heavily depends on how it's trained as well. Mega Gengar being one of those such fast Pokemon. Depending on how the Scarf Basculegion is trained, it may not actually be able to outspeed the Gengar. It's going to be very interesting to see how those two Pokemon speeds interact this turn. Sneasler actually coming out for Luke there, and you were bang on the money with that Basculegion. This Dragonite sitting very nicely at the moment. It doesn't have its multi-scale broken moment. But Gengar, it's sitting there very fast, very threatening, but the Sneasler can't really protect it with something like a fake out into that ghost type Basculegion. So this turn is very important when it comes to finding out the speed tiers between these two ghost types, because honestly, depending on which one's faster, that could just end the game right on the spot. Both of these Pokemon kind of really pivotal to both trainers' game plans. It would have been nice to see something maybe like the King Gambit coming out from Luke there, but instead, we see the Dragonite opting for a Protect, doesn't want to lose that multi-scale, doesn't want to get flinched down by that Fake Out, as there it is, the Gengar actually moving before the Choice Scarf Basculegion and able to get the one-hit knockout with the Shadow Ball. That's a really big turn and really important piece of information to find out for a potential Game 3.
Absolutely. And here comes the Archaladon. I feel as though Luke was maybe predicting with this Sneasler, either hoping that he would outspeed with his own Gengar or that the Archaladon would come in. So this worked out quite well in his favor. And even though Yoav has got two Pokemon left, they are both quite strong Dragon types that are quite bulky. So there is a potential for him to be able to pull this back, but it is looking quite dire, if I do say, for Yoav at this moment. We learned from the last game that the Archaladon did survive the close combat, but it's definitely not going to survive a double up. And this Dragonite did just protect, so it is also looking quite open.
Yeah, it's a really powerful adjustment from Luke coming out here. Going for that double protect, kind of. Let's see what Yoav's going to go for here. He wants to make sure that, look, if I get a double protect off here, I'm coming through this turn safely. We'll see what Yoav locks into, and that Gengar is carrying the Disable. That really powerful move that stops trainers from using the last move that a specific Pokemon used. And it's really good in this position. You'd happily stop the Dragonite from clicking something like Hurricane. You don't really want the Archaladon going for anything like maybe those Electro Shots, but Archaladon just going for the Protect here. Yoav recognizing that, look, if I'm going to get through this game from playing a bit behind at the moment, I need to keep this Archaladon on the field. Getting that Protect, that double up goes into the Archaladon, and Sneasler once again just not enjoying these big flying moves coming out from this Dragonite, dropping to one hit KO from that Hurricane.
This was looking like such a dominant position for Luke, but getting that double protect onto the Archaladon really swung the game back towards Yoa's favor now, as I don't think we're going to be able to see a KO here for Luke for either of his Pokemon into one of these slots. So it looks like these dragons might just be able to run away with the game again. Very important to note that we have one turn of rain left, so these hurricanes will no longer be accurate. These electro shots will take 2 turns to power up. The weather ball itself will change to a normal type, so much less effective. And it looks like Luke here is just going for Protect on Gengar, and it's likely, yes, a double Protect on his team, just to stall out that last turn, hoping to turn things back into his favor.
Well, we did
so a
see
weather ball
last
comes
game.
out from Dragonite.
Yeah, we did see last game as well that the Rotom Wash is actually faster than Yoav's Archaladon. So without the Assault Vest that Archaladon normally loves to have, hitting on that special side of its defenses would be really impactful here. There's a chance that something like a double up from Shadow Ball and Hydro Pump might be enough to KO this Archaladon. It might have been a bit more likely in rain, but now this Dragonite is severely hindered. Those Hurricanes aren't 100% accurate. Those Weather Balls can't even touch the Gengar anymore. So it's a really good play there just to protect and try to kind of move forward, giving yourself a bit of a better defensive position, as no protects this time, but Shadow Ball not doing as much as you'd expect the Archaladon. Archaladon showing that even without that Assault Vest, it's still got a good amount of bulk. Wow, the Dragon Pulse almost getting the KO on the Gengar here, doing so much damage as Hydro Pump follows up on the Archaladon. Not enough for the KO, but you can almost guarantee there's not going to be an Electro Shot following up here.
No, just double Dragon Pulse, and it looks like it's taking out Gengar, Luke's Mega Pokemon, and it's looking again quite dire for this Rotom here. I don't know if it's going to be able to pull through here. We saw how much damage that Hydro Pump did to the Archaludon, and this Dragonite here still has been untouched this whole game, so it's got its multi-scale. I think there's just too much offensive pressure coming from both these Pokemon. It's unfortunately looking like it's curtains here for this Rotom, and Yoav looks like he's going to be the winner of our first round.
Yeah, this Rotom definitely has a big hill to climb if it's going to be getting through this. At least a critical hit, maybe even forcing a power or two. But Dragonite moving first, dealing just over 50% with the Dragon Pulse. It's been dealing such good, consistent damage this game. And it's kind of just been left there to do its thing. Oh, Archaludon just hanging on from that Hydro Pump. That leftovers putting in massive work as a follow-up Dragon Pulse brings Rotom down to just 7 HP. It's hanging on, it's trying its best, but facing down these two dragons, it's just so overwhelming. These two Pokemon, we've seen how bulky they are. Dragonite, with its multi-scale, not even broken at the moment, and Archaludon just hanging on to hit after hit from these big special attackers as Dragonite goes to clean up the game with a final Dragon Pulse, and Rotom, that tried so hard, goes down, leaving game 2 and the set to Yoav.
Yes, it was a valiant effort from Luke this side, but Yoav does end up taking the game. Honestly, exciting set. I think Rain, it's here to stay. We have such a we have such a diverse amount of weather happening in this format, so it's very exciting to see like what new tools there are, like such as that Dragonite, which was just so oppressive. Both sets, it just stuck on the field, and it just was able to fire off such explosive damage every single turn without much threatening it. Honestly,
Yeah, game 1, like we said, we saw that Tailwind go up turn 1, and from there, Yoav just steamrolled. There wasn't a single turn where he gave up any momentum. He kept the damage up, he kept the attacks coming, and even when Tailwind did go down, Archaludon, just being as bulky as it was, able to take that super effective close combat, just meant, yep, after that, this game is at its end. Game 2, Luke made a really good adjustment. He changed to those two fast Pokemon off the rip, Mega Gengar, Scarf Garchomp, making sure that, look, I'm going to double this Pelipper down. I'm going to make sure I get the KO. You're not getting that speed control advantage on me this time. But trading your Garchomp for it turn 1 while stopping that Tailwind is really important. That Garchomp, which is so vulnerable to the Dragonite sitting next to it. And as we saw, the Dragonite didn't actually get attacked. It didn't get its multi-scale broken the entire game. And it was just left dealing so much damage, putting on so much pressure. And that Archaludon, in the end, getting that double protect. Luke had himself in a really nice position, but those protects can happen. And doubling into one of those can be so detrimental. And we saw that. Luke was in kind of a really commanding position from that at that point. He'd made the adjustments. He was playing really well. But that double protect, copping a double into that slot was really hard. And losing the Sneasler there meant that your main source of damage into that Archaludon was just off the field immediately. And there's no chance for future Dire Claws into the Dragonite. It just set him so far behind. And then Yoav kind of getting that advantage there just kept up the damage. Double Dragon Pulse into the Gengar, making sure, look, it's going to go down here no matter what happens. I'm doubling into it as long as it doesn't protect. Yoav, I think a really interesting thing to note as well, which we didn't really touch on in the game, that end game, Yoav was playing really well around the disable. He was switching his moves between each turn, never going for the same move 2 turns in a row until that Gengar was off the field. Something like a surprise disable in that end game could have changed things a lot. And while we didn't see it, Yoav was actively playing around it, which is really impressive to see. We saw both trainers make some really impressive plays here. Luke with his adjustments into game 2, Yoav just really showing that you cannot let that momentum up, and showing that if you keep it after you're already ahead, you're just going to steamroll over your opponent. But really showing the intricacies as well when he was playing around that disable.
yeah, absolutely. I think I completely agree when it comes to Luke and that adjustment. Just saying, hey, this Tailwind, I need to get it gone. But something it showed to me was with this Pelipper, just setting the rain was enough. all it did was just appear, set the rain, and then it was KO'd immediately. But that was enough just to get everything on the team going. It set up for the Dragonite just so it could accurately throw out all its hurricanes and use strong weather balls that are water type. It gave the Basculegion extra damage on its water moves. It allowed Archaludon to be throwing out electro shots. It's wild, right? Like Pelipper, it's probably the only non-mega weather setter, but it's still holding up in this field against all of them.
Yeah,
And
like Weather Wars has been
yeah,
such a big part of VGC for so long. Like we've had the kind of the two main um, clashing cores has always been weather and for a little while there terrain. Um, we saw a lot more recently leaning into play styles rather than those cores. We've seen like the balance teams, like we see hyper offense, that sort of thing. We haven't gotten to have some really great just straight weather wars or terrain wars recently. And we don't really have any terrain in this format in Champions. Like you've got the manual terrains, but
mm,
that's all there is. But yeah, a really impressive match between two really strong players, and again, congratulations to Yoav for coming out on top of that one. Um, but yeah, we've got some really cool ones coming up. But Andy, I think I'll leave you to tell people what's coming up for a little while here before we get to the next match.
well, we are about to throw just a quick break while we get our next two trainers sorted. But from what I understand, our next match is going to be between Matthew Robinson and Toby Kongman, from what I understand. So
Yep.
we will, yep, hell yeah. So we will be cutting to a short break just while we get our players into the match and ready. So stick around, we'll be just a few minutes.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. We are here with round two of the OCE showcasing for champions. My name is Paul Amity. I'm here with Andy. Andy, you just casted round one. How was that?
It was exciting. Like we were literally just talking in the break about how many different megas we have. There were 4 megas on the teams, uh, of just from that first round, and obviously we only saw 2 of them. But super exciting that that's just where this meta is at. I feel like the limitations in the items, it's breeding creativity. Sometimes a Pokemon's best other item is just its Mega Stone, so it really opens up for a lot of diverse strategies.
Yeah, I can speak for that from previous experience. I've been using a little bit of Sun with some Charizard on ladder, and I was sometimes looking at Venusaur going, you know what? Maybe I just want to put the Venusaur out on it. Maybe there's some games that Charizard doesn't want to come to, and you've got a Mega Venusaur at your disposal, so it's a little bit of like quirks and creativity like that, alongside that item limitation that we have in Champions at the moment, can really bring out some of the best ideas in regards to how a team progresses and moves forward in that stage. But it looks like we've got our round two, looking like it's ready to go. We have Matthew versus Toby. We're going to go into the games right now. So we'll run over Matthew's team first. I will. Oh, you can take this one, Andy. Actually.
Yeah, absolutely. So Matthew here is running. I mean, we are very new into this game, into this meta, and things keep changing. But this is what's a fairly standard composition for the new Floette Eternal Flower form. So we've touched on this before in the stream, but Eternal Flower Floette, it is just a powerhouse. It's like dropping a restricted Pokemon into a low power level format. It's giving Xerneas from formats past, where it has the same fairy aura ability, powering up its strong fairy type moves. And here you can see it also has Calm Mind, so it can just set up and, if it gets a chance, run away with the game. Also on the team is a very standard Incineroar set. This time running Will-O-Wisp, though, just to shut down any physical attackers, and it's in the Troll Berry, so it can take one hit from a super effective fighting type move and still live to tell a tale. Uh, we also have on the team an Unburn Seas, pretty standard we've seen so far, in that Unburn White Herb combination to reset and boost its speed. Doubling speed the White Herb off, and we have a Sinistra in the Citrus Berry. Sure.
I will round out the rest of the team. We've
Yep.
got the Focus Sash Aerodactyl there with the Unnerve. Unnerve, a very strong ability in a very berry heavy metagame from what we've seen at the moment. So being able to deny any of those, mainly stuff like the Charty Berry, that's something like a Volcarona might want to run, so you'll be able to get the one-hit knockout on the Rock Slide. Very fast Pokemon to be able to get Tailwind up quite quickly. Having a niche to be able to one-shot both Talonflame and Whimsicott, 2 Pokemon that set up Tailwind faster than it, thanks to Gale Wings and Prankster, respectively. And we're seeing a run back of the Mega Delphox as well. We didn't get to see it too much, I believe, in the round one on Luke's side of things. The Mega Gengar was brought in both of those games. We are going to do a switch over to Toby's team now. And Toby's team, it's got a lot of Trick Room vibes to it. It's got that Mega Golurk, a new Mega that came from the Legends ZA games, alongside everyone's favorite Trick Room Pokemon in the form of Frigoroth and Torkoal. Bread and butter, essentially, as you could call it. The Sneasel as well, just another White Herb set, generally becoming more of the standard Sneasler there. The White Herb is great for Intimidate. It's also great because you can self-activate it when using close combat, offsetting those defensive drops and giving you that speed boost. I also think it's quite funny when you're hit by an Icy Wind to go from -1 speed, but instead you're going up to +2. Focus Sash Venusaur on this Sun variant there. The Focus Sash, very usable item on Venusaur, allows it to take super effective fire moves in the Sun that could be set by Torkoal. Example of that is a Flare Blitz Incineroar. And lastly, just a Citrus Berry Incineroar as well coming out with the Throat Chop as well. Throat Chopper move Incineroar have been picking up on it to deny Parting Shot. If you're the faster Incineroar, you've trained a little bit more on that speed, you get that Throat Chop before an opposing Parting Shot, which can prevent stat drops and pivoting. So it'll be interesting to see what options are gone out here from Tony alongside Matt here in what could be a pretty interesting game between these two here, Andy.
Yes, absolutely. It's going to be interesting to see if Toby goes for the Trick Room mode, and if he can get that set up against this quite oppressive damage output that Matt will have on hand here, with honestly, I feel he could go with either of his megas as well, which is quite interesting. He also has the option to reverse Trick Room with his own Sinister. It's going to be quite an interesting match. This Will-O-Wisp on this Incineroar is also looking quite scary into the physical attackers such as the Sneasler and the Golurk. So yeah, just really, really interested to see how this match goes. Honestly, like Golurk is a Pokemon I haven't seen too much personally, so I'm very, very excited to see what it can do.
Yeah, Golurk getting two pretty new tools to its tool set as well. Poltergeist, probably not the most newest tool to Golurk, but it's just a very strong, powerful physical ghost move. But the second one is a pretty big move we've seen by another Trick Room attacker previously, Headlong Rush. Just a very strong ground type move, just a big single target, pretty much an explosive move that takes advantage of its new mega ability in Unseen Fist. That might scare a couple of people, but Unseen Fist has been dialed back quite a lot, so it's not going to be taking out a Sneasler in one hit. If it goes for a Protect, it might deal like 50% or so. So
absolutely,
we're getting started into the game right now. Looks like everything is loading up here. We've got the Aerodactyl and the Floette Admirer, but both of them are on the one team. We see a Farigiraf and a Venusaur lead coming out here from Toadie's end. And from Matt, we've got the Floette and the Sneasler. So, interesting board position here for this game one here, Andy. Fake out not being denied, so you've got to think, what does Matt do?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is signaling to me, all right, Farigiraf's out. We're going for Trick Room. This Venusaur also has the Sleep Powder on hand, so there's quite a bit here. I feel like Venusaur was led maybe calling that Floette might want to just try and set up in the face of this Trick Room. So I feel like outside of any, Dire Claw or critical hit, any sort of RNG, it looks like Trick Room can pretty safely be set up here. And it's going to be really interesting to see if Matt is able to muscle through that with the Pokemon that he has on hand.
Yeah, sometimes stalling out those Trick Room terms can be a little bit tough. Trick Room's number one enemy is in the form of Protect. Being able to just Protect and stall through a couple of those turns just deny the amount of momentum you can get out of the Trick Room here. But we are seeing a Sneasler switch immediately into that Incineroar, getting the Intimidate drop on the two special attackers there. But it's more for like the board state and threatening some dark type presence there. We see the Floette go for the Mega Evolution and go for the Mega Protect, maybe looking to call out a Venusaur play here. We see the Sludge Bomb out here, so as you said, just looking to put pressure on that setup there. And the Farigiraf goes for Trick Room here, so Incineroar positioned quite well, generally not being trained quite as fast as a lot of Venusaurs, especially Venusaurs with a Focus Sash. They tend to be trained relatively fast to abuse the Chlorophyll doubling its speed.
Yes, absolutely. So this kind of board state here implies to me that Matthew really just does not want this Golurk to be able to switch in for free, being able to threaten a parting shot or even like calling the switch in and going for a Will-O-Wisp. And I think another thing I want to note here is the play of Megaing and then Protecting. Sometimes it does look a bit odd if you're not actually using your Mega ability in any way like that, but it does sometimes offer the opportunity to be able to switch out and then preserve that Mega for switching back in as a safe switch in. But as we can see here, a Hyper Voice comes out and a parting shot goes off into this Venusaur.
And looking at the option in the back, you know that one of them is Sneasler, right, Andy? So it'll be interesting to see, do we see the fourth? Is it the Sinister that's in the back to help reverse that Trick Room? Or is it, well, we see it now, it is the Sinister. That'll be able to get a little bit of health back from that Hyper Voice chip onto the Mega Floette there. The Mega Floette going for the Carmine is going to look to attempt to take the Sludge Bomb as well as possible. Also interesting to note that the Floette is trained in probably a little bit more of a defensive manner to be able to help take hits, because it was undersped by the Venusaur, meaning it was faster in said Trick Room. So generally meaning if the Venusaur is trained as fast as possible, Floette naturally having that higher base speed, especially when it's boosted in its Mega form, does take away from that. So it's interesting information that both of these trainers do have access to now, depending on how they want to proceed forward. It is generally pretty common that Floette, just like its big brother Xerneas, only really clicks Fairy moves with the Fairy Aura boost. So Venusaur probably not looking the most threatened at the moment, especially into a Sinister partner, which generally is clicking Matcha Gotcha. Venusaur's defensive typing 4 times resist that move.
Yes, absolutely. This is looking like quite a good position for Matthew, though. As we can see here, this Venusaur switches out, and in comes Torkoal, another Pokemon that does resist the Fairy-type moves, but after a boost and with this Fairy Aura, it could start to look quite terrifying. It was looking like for a bit that actually Toby was the one stuck in Trick Room with this Floette, and this Life Dew goes off, just adding more healing onto this Floette, just keeping it nice and healthy. And a big Moonblast comes out into this Torkoal. And that's a resisted hit. That's wild how much damage that can do.
Yeah, that's a very large hit there. Just showing people not to sleep on Floette, even if you do have a resistance. If you're switching in and taking well over 50% of your health, you're not taking another hit there. Torkoal does have its sun up now, and it's got 3 fire moves at its disposal in the form of Eruption, Heat Wave, and the Weather Ball as well. So it can look at firing off some big attacks, even though its HP has been dropped. We are seeing 2 switches, though, Incineroar coming in exchange for the Sinistcha, and the Venusaur coming in over the Farigiraf. We see the Heat Wave come out there. Floette taking that quite well. It's naturally high special defense, and that Calm Mind boost paying big dividends for that. And we see the Dazzling Gleam, and just like that, Venusaur took almost half of its HP, and Torkoal has been knocked out there. So, all in all, you'd think that would be a pretty solid turn for Matthew here, Andy.
Yes, absolutely. He's really showing he's slowing down the pace of this game, not letting Toby take advantage of his Trick Room turns whatsoever, not allowing any safe switches or anything of that matter. And in comes this Golurk now. If there's one Pokemon that's going to be able to stop this Floette, I think it's going to be this Golurk. Very likely that we're going to see it Mega Evolve this turn and honestly try and just pull off some big damage. But if it cannot knock out this Floette, it's looking quite scary for it.
Yeah, Floette putting on a lot of board pressure at the moment. The Venusaur is in the sun, so it has the Chlorophyll activated. So as it currently stands, it is the fastest thing on the field. However, it does have access to Protect, and with it being the last turn of Trick Room, the Venusaur can simply protect itself to wait that turn, and they'd be able to fire off some offense as the fastest Pokemon on the field. Maybe looking at eyeing off that Floette as well. We see the Incineroar switching out here, probably going back into the Sinistcha, just to keep the Floette as healthy as possible with that Hospitality ability, really putting a lot of the support right into the Floette basket here from Matthew's side. And as we see there, we see the Mega Golurk come out here. Mega Golurk, pretty destructive Pokemon there. We see the Venusaur go for the Protect, just stalling out that last turn to Trick Room there. And we're going to need to see something big coming out here. We see the Poltergeist come out into the Citrus Berry Sinistcha. And this
Calling
is going
a switch.
Yeah, very good call of the switch there. Just taking the knockout. So no more Hospitality there from Matthew's side. And from the Floette, we see the Moonblast going into the Venusaur. So covering that there. So Venusaur is the fastest Pokemon on the field now. But both of the backline are Intimidate users. So does make a little bit tough for Venusaur to try and get value out of it when that is being threatened there. Incineroar is the decision to come in with the Intimidate, dropping the Golurk attack, maybe protecting Floette from a little bit, maybe knowing that if the Golurk is at -1 attack, we can have a look at taking on a Poltergeist or a Headlong Rush.
Absolutely. There is a call to be made here about whether to fake out or not into this Venusaur, and it looks like the Farigiraf's coming in, so it can block that if that is what Matthew decides to go for here, and he does not, and the Sleep Powder does not connect. So it's looking quite scary here for this Venusaur. We know it could not take the Dazzling Gleam too well, but it just hangs on from the Moonblast.
See the Flare Blitz
Flare
coming
Blitz
out.
going into this. Oh yeah, sorry.
Yeah, just a safe double up there. Venusaur is knocked out. Calling out the fake out, but playing around it, and unfortunately missing that Sleep Powder, costing Venusaur its life here in the game 1. So now we know it is the Golurk in the back. Golurk does have access to Protect, so it does come down to a call. What wants to be made here from Matthew's side. Matthew does know that the Farigiraf does not have access to Protect, so it is an option for it to look at denying the Trick Room and just going for a double attack into the Farigiraf. with both of those hits, should be able to knock out the Sun Boosted Flare Blitz alongside even a Dazzling Gleam, because those moves are just so strong here, which is what we're going to see coming out there. Like, that damage is absolutely massive there. And the Flare Blitz coming out there into the Free Graph, just that safe double into there. But the Golurk not protecting, so it can look at throwing out a hit into one of these two Pokemon on the field here. And from the looks of things, it is going to be a Headlong Rush going straight into that Floette. And the Floette taking it! That is a big lead there, Andy.
Absolutely. I feel like, probably from Toby's perspective, he was understanding that the game here, this game 1, might be over, but wants to find out how bulky is this Floette. And I mean, it's bulky enough to take on a Headlong Rush from a Mega Golurk, so and as we already established with its speed tier, it seems as though it's trained to be quite bulky, and it's worked out perfectly for Matthew in this game 1 here. So the Moonblast goes into the Golurk, and it is knocked out, with game 1 going to Matthew Robinson.
Yeah, that was quite a game to start out there for that game 1 there. Showing that the Trick Room was able to get up without any real issue, but having the Venusaur there for the first couple of turns really denied the most that you could get out of those Trick Room turns. Stopping that Torkoal in, unfortunately, just into what may be one of the biggest hits it could take, even though it's resisted on the team there. It's taking that much worse than a Sun-boosted Flare Blitz from Incineroar or like a Machigotcha from Sinistra. So, very rough there. Maybe if Toby can look at getting a little bit of positioning better to get the Torkoal in safely under Trick Room, maybe with a turn or two more at its disposal, it can put on a lot more pressure, because we all know how strong a Charcoal Sun-boosted Eruption is from Torkoal. Despite the 85 special attack, it still hits quite hard.
Yes,
Matt?
Absolutely. I feel like something I could see as an adjustment would be, after now learning about these speed tiers and how bulky this Floette is actually opting more for maybe a late game Trick Room and using Pokemon such as Sneasler and Frograph to get around the threats of Incineroar, and then trying to just take this Floette early or take away some of the key pieces so that Matthew doesn't have as many pivoting options going into Trick Room, because he was really just able to slow down the game with both Incineroar and Fake Out pressure, as well as boosting his own Floette and then being able to heal back all the damage that it does take with the Sinistra. So that's kind of what I see, because otherwise the Trick Room mode, like as you said, Toby was able to set up the Trick Room, but it didn't get him anywhere really in the first 2 turns. He was just kind of left on the field.
Yeah, had a little bit of stumbling there. Matt's positioning there was absolutely class. Just knowing that Floette does so much for me this game. It took, I believe, 3 of the 4 knockouts, missing the Venusaur by 3 hit points. But
yes,
nonetheless, that's all of the pass. We're going into the game 2. We're going to see the Farigiraf and the Incineroar lead there, and the Incineroar and Floette lead coming out here from Matthew. So this looks like a better lead for Toby, because not only do they have access to Fake Out to stop a potential threatening setup or anything of the sort coming out there, but Incineroar does commonly get access to Parting Shot, which will allow it, if it's an Incineroar trained quite quickly, in the form of some speed training, not only will it have the faster Fake Out, but it will also, in Trick Room, have the slower pivoting move to allow it to get into Torkoal or Golurk even, as safely as possible, if that's the angle that is there. From Matt's side of things, just the same sort of Fake Out plus Floette lead. It worked incredibly well in the game 1, so looking to see if they can reenact it again. We do see the turn 1 Mega come out here from the Mega Floette. And going forward, seeing the Fairy Aura, Andrew. And we see
absolutely.
the Carbine now. Sorry.
All good. So no Fake Out, importantly here, probably signaling that a Parting Shot into a Trick Room Sweeper is going to happen. And the Parting Shot goes into the Farigiraf. So it's looking like we're going to have what I feel some experts would call a revolving door of Pokemon. First, we're going to see what Matthew is going to bring in here. Likely Sinistra, based on how he had played previously, but we'll just have to wait and see. We're assuming here that Trick Room would be going up, and then the lack of Fake Out from Toby's side, to me, would signal a Parting Shot as well. So taking his time here to really think about it, and Sneasler comes in.
Yeah, Sneasler is the call here. We see the Parting Shot here coming out here from the into the Floette, so just lowering those offenses just a little bit there. We're going to see the Incineroar pivot out. I believe that we saw both of the Pokemon on Matthew's side make their move, so if this is a Trick Room turn that's coming out from the Farigiraf, the Torkoal can come in here as safely as possible, as we were speculating during the team preview selection there. And there's the Trick Room, so Toby's kind of got what the position he wants, but right out the gate. You've got that Torkoal at full, threatening those big hits, big threats and big damage early here into the Sneasler and the Floette. Sneasler, not generally the most bulky. Floette may be able to take a hit or two, but it is backed up by attacks from that Farigiraf as well. Even something like that single target Psychic or that spread Hyper Voice, just to be able to guarantee those knockouts there. So position in Game 2 looking a little bit nicer for Toby. We'll see if that one is capitalized.
Absolutely. The special defense boost on the Farigiraf, on the Floette is definitely going to help against these Pokemon. But the Farigiraf switches into the Golurk as a Protect comes out on the Sneasler. And then just a Eruption goes straight off into Matthew's team here. Sneasler is protected, so it's taking no damage, and Floette takes just about half and goes for another Carmine.
Yeah, Floette's looking to get set up there. Could be pretty nasty work. But Toby making another good call out there, going, the Fake Out's not likely going to be coming out with Farigiraf on the field, just putting that board pressure on there. Gets a fairly safe switching to Golurk, especially seeing that it was a Protect and Carmine play. So now Golurk is in, can Mega Evolve, and really look at putting on that damage pressure as well. So Matt needs to take the next couple of turns to run through and go, right, I need to make sure the Trick Room runs out, but at the same time, I need my key piece, which is this Mega Floette, to be as safe as possible so I can look at dealing the damage when I can as safely as possible. A task definitely easier said than done in a position like this, when you're looking down and having those set lots of Trick Room turns left. But we are going to see the Sinister come out here. Maybe a Protect from Floette as well, just to keep itself as healthy as possible over this turn. But before that, we're going to see Mega Golurk again, Andy.
Terrifying position here. Sending in a Grass type into a Sun-boosted Eruption does not feel good for the Sinister. But Floette goes for Protect, so it signals to me that Matt is trying to just get some health back on this Floette, and will likely be sending in an Incineroar to like reduce the damage. It makes a lot of sense to me here. Like, Floette is his damage dealer. It's his main way of getting through Toby's team. He needs to protect it at all costs. So Sinistra, it did its job healing with Hospitality, and then it's out of here. The Headlong Rush goes into the Floette, and thanks to Unseen Fist, goes through the Protect, but only deals reduced damage.
Yeah. Even though it was going through the Protect, it's happy to hit through that Protect. Any damage is good damage when it comes to chip like that. Scary thought to think that could have just been a significantly higher amount of damage onto their pre-Unseen Fist changes. But with that, yeah, with the Sinister now knocked out from the Eruption, the Incineroar comes in here. Now the Incineroar threatens Fake Out, and there is an Intimidate on that Mega Golurk as well. So there is another case of an option of they know that the Farigiraf is in the back and could potentially look at switching out from the Mega Golurk, not only resetting that Intimidate on it, but also looking at blocking potential Fake Out from the Incineroar that could come out on the Torkoal if it's looking to really put some damage pressure on it. Torkoal is in a pretty fine seat to just keep on clicking Eruption. Even though it's into a Mega Floette that is boosted and an Incineroar, like, it's still going to be its biggest damage, and it's going to be generally the big tool there, but it's going to be a change of things here. We're going to see an Incineroar come in over that Torkoal instead. That is the first switch made this turn. Just getting the Intimidate off there. We see the Fake Out come out into that Torkoal there, and we are going to see a Headlong Rush at -1 attack. It is not enough to take out the Incineroar. Incineroar just showing how strong of an ability Intimidate is, alongside just its natural bulk that it does have to back it. And we're going to see a Moonblast come out, and that is going to be enough. And we're going to say sayonara to Mega Golurk in this game too.
Yes, Golurk, it put on a good show, but after these Intimidates, it just wasn't able to push through just the defenses of this Incineroar. And this Floette, it's proving you get some Carmine boosts off, and it is just able to run away with the damage. Even though it has lost its healing, we're in the last turn of Trick Room now. It's a very safe protect here, and it is staring down 2 fire types, one of which is fully resists. So it's not really looking like a great position for Toby though, as this Floette really feels as though it's able to run away with the game.
Yeah, especially with knowing that the fourth Pokemon in the back as well is Sneasler. If Sneasler can do something, it's click close combat into Incineroar, and that will definitely take it out. Especially with that little bit of chip that has been put on there, it's gonna be a big ask for Toby's Incineroar to take that hit if without any intimidation or anything like that to offset that attack. But we are going to see there just that safe protect, as you mentioned there, Andy, onto the Floette, distilling out that last turn of Trick Room. And I believe as well, the last turn of Sun, because the Torkoal came in pretty early there. There may be an extra Sun turn, I might have that wrong. But what we do know for sure is that the Incineroar is knocked out there, and we're going to see a Flare Blitz into the Protect, and a Trick Room going down. The Sunlight has faded as well, so there's no Sun-boosted moves coming out from the Torkoal or the Incineroar until the Torkoal looks to switch out and come back in to reset that drought to re-get some of those Sun-boosted moves out again, Andy.
Absolutely. And as you said, this Sneasler is now free to throw a close combat into the Incineroar slot. Importantly, the Incineroar on Toby's side is not holding the Truffle Berry, reducing the fighting type damage, so it's very likely to just be a clean one-hit KO. And Torkoal, without its Sun, it's not outputting as much damage, and it is, of course, very, very slow. So I don't think it's going to want to take these Moonblasts, even as a resisted hit. So the Farigiraf swaps in now, in place of the Incineroar, and takes this close combat, but it is a neutral hit, so it's still taking well over half damage.
Yeah, we see the White Herd come out there, so offsetting those defensive drops while doubling its speed as well. Just that nice little bit of synergy that was discussed there with the White Herd close combat option there. The Farigiraf is knocked out there now from the double attack there. The Incineroar does get to come in with the option to put out some fake out pressure. The Heatwave missing the Sneasler, very unfortunate there, would have done quite a lot of damage. But in exchange, we get a critical hit on the Floette, which is maybe worth the trade-off there for missing the Sneasler. But we'll find out in due time. The Incineroar comes back in. It does have the fake out pressure available as well, but I do believe that both the Sneasler and the Mega Floette have protect options live. So if they do want to play around that fake out as safely as possible, the option for the double protect from the Sneasler and the Floette is there. Without too much setup options on the Torkoal or on the Incineroar either, there's not really too much that can be gained from Toby's end there. And as we see, just a simple double protect.
Absolutely. It does go to show, even with a critical hit, how specially defensive this Floette is. It can just tank that hit so easily. Of course, Torkoal doesn't have its Sun Boost, so its damage output is reduced, but it's incredible how much bulk this Floette can have for such a tiny creature.
Yeah, and a little interesting fact, it definitely isn't relevant, but Mega Floette weighs 100 kilos. That, for something like that, is absolutely absurd. But
it's
what's
one
even
big
more
flower.
absurd, it's carrying the souls of everyone that it was able to wipe out with the ultimate weapon there. But we're going to see an ultimate weapon coming out here. The critical hit, not even that, but it is putting in range of the Citrus Berry. No close combat coming out there from the Floette either. Maybe not looking to take it out, but as we can see, that big Moonblast is more than enough there to take out the Incineroar. So now it's Torkoal versus the world. I can look at throwing out the Heat Waves again. It does look like it is not enough, only doing just a bit over 50% there. So Sneasler gets another run there. And it might be as simple as a Diaclora close combat and a Moonblast to round out this game 2 here. However, the little Torkoal that could, maybe is no longer there. The close combat dealing that big damage there, Moonblast. I think you'll agree with me here, Andy. Definitely enough to take out the Torkoal.
Absolutely, it's curtains for our tiny turtle, but it was a valiant effort, getting its critical hits, trying its best with its heat waves, but just not enough to power through the Eternal Flower and this weasel. So that means game 2 and the set goes to Matthew Robinson. Congratulations, Matthew.
Yeah, very well played from Matthew there, just showing not only the strength of the Mega Floette there, just showing how well it can be supported even in the space of just some very offensive Trick Room. Generally, Trick Room likes to be an option that is brought. A lot of trainers do like to pivot towards that Trick Room option, being able to know that they can have the speed advantage with a lot of those strong tools there as well. But just the double fake out and the sinister support there for the Mega Floette, even though it's only really going to be clicking those fairy type moves in the form of offense, with just all the little multipliers that it gets from any Calm Mind boosts and the Fairy Aura as well. We're preparing all of the new Champions players to watch out for Xerneas when that comes back, because if you think this is bad, it gets worse.
I'm terrified of the reality where you could have both of them on the field. It's like a boss battle into another boss battle. It's terrifying. I mean, it showed in that match as well. It didn't need to worry about super effective hits. It was hitting into neutral or even resisted hits, and it didn't matter. It just went to town. It was getting every KO possible. Scary, scary Pokemon, and so adorable though. But yeah, Matthew really went and showed how this Pokemon can work on just a setup-based team where it's honestly it's the damage dealer. Like we looked at Pokemon like Sinistra, it just came in just to heal back. The Incineroar came just to drop the damage output from the opponent, but Floette was really the star of the show.
Yeah, Floette doing absolutely phenomenal work there. Not to take anything away from Toby there. The game is quite tough, especially that game one. We saw it was a little bit of a struggle there, not being able to get the most use out of that Trick Room there. But game two, we were able to see the turn one play quite in favor of them to be able to get Torkoal into that Trick Room healthy with being able to use the full turns in that Trick Room for Torkoal's offense. Just unfortunately, in this time, it wasn't enough to be able to step up and overcome the power of AZ's Mega Floette there, Andy.
Yeah, absolutely. I do think the adjustment in game two for Toby of just really just playing around, the potential protects or safe pivoting and just saying, all right, I'm switching in my Golurk, I'm switching in my Torkoal, just really trying to utilize the turns. But as we saw, just Floette's bulk was just too impressive to be able to muscle through.
Yeah,
So valiant effort from our trainers.
Yeah, very, very strong effort from both of these trainers. You'll be seeing a lot more of them throughout the current and even the future Oceania seasons of Pokemon as well, especially when we get that move to Champions. This was a very good insight on some of our players that exceed quite high expectations at tournaments. So it's nice to get an insight and get a little read on where their mind's at in the early days of Champions. But I do believe for now, what I think we'll do, we'll look at cutting to a quick break before we get into the next round. Hello, trainers, and welcome back to the Champion Invitational for Oceania. I am Paul, and I am here with a familiar face if you've seen regionals. I am here with Mark Murray. Mark, have you been enjoying the show so far?
I've greatly been enjoying it. I mean, I've been having so much fun ever since Champions dropped. It's just been a great time. The new meta has been so fun to explore. I think the really limited pool of Pokemon and items, while it does seem constricting at the start, really opens up some interesting and innovative team building that we haven't seen in a long time. It's bringing back Pokemon that we haven't seen in a long time. My favorite to see returning was Rotom Wash and Pokemon, which has unfortunately been power crept over the past few years. But upon having a limited pool of Pokemon that you can choose from, suddenly it's a very strong Pokemon that people can be using. So I love seeing Pokemon like that returning. Items as well, like we had shouted out previously, people are running multiple Mega Pokemon on their team. Typically, in a Mega format, you might prefer something like a Life Orb or a Choice Specs or an Assault Vest or one of those items. Not having
Yeah.
access to items like that means that the Mega Stone might be your second or your best option in this case for a second Mega Pokemon. And so we are seeing these teams with multiple Mega Pokemon, like I believe we are in the match coming up. So just in general, I've been really enjoying watching how some of the best players in Australia have been adapting to this new format and what they are bringing.
Yeah, what I'm enjoying is the variety of megas that we have coming out here, and it's no exception to the rule here. We're going to see the teams come here. The first team, it looks like we've got Henry's team up here, Henry Rich, who has Mega Frostlass and Mega Venusaur, which is a bit of an interesting mega combination there. But we'll combine it with the rest of the four that he's got there, which is the Incineroar, the Talonflame, the Garchomp, and the Rotom Wash, as you mentioned earlier there, Mark. So seeing a lot of those in here together. Henry does have the Fire Water Grass Core in the form of Incineroar, Rotom Wash, and Mega Venusaur. Mega Venusaur looking to cater towards the bulkier side of things, even though it may still potentially be a chlorophyll user. It does get access to Leech Seed, and for a lot of people that played back in the formats where the power was a little bit less than what we saw in previous generations of Pokemon, Mega Venusaur, with the ability to put Leech Seeds on both opponents, can sit there and just drink hits for a while. It's very bulky, especially with the thick, fat ability that it gains on Mega Evolution. And there's a new tool as well, in the form of Mega Frostlass. So Mega Frostlass is a new Mega that Frostlass got, increasing its speed and special attack quite a lot, being able to throw out perfectly accurate blizzards with its no warning ability, but being also to get off a very fast Aurora Veil as well. The Aurora Veil is kind of like Reflect and Light Screen in one, but you can only set it up when the snow is up. So if there's no opposing weather against the team, being able to get Mega Frostlass up and get the Aurora Veil up is very nice, especially into a team that has good general bulk as well, like the naturally bulky Garchomp, the Incineroar that takes like a meteor from outer space, and Rotom as well, which is another naturally pretty bulky Pokemon as well. Alongside the Talonflame there, with the Dual Wing Beat, just be able to take out any Sneaslers that might be looking to run the Focus Sash as an option as well. And alongside the Gale Wings Tailwind as well, being able to get that set up quite quickly and quite effectively as well. Just got to play around some of those early game fake outs. From the other end, I'll let you take this one, Mark. This will be Dimitri's team.
Yeah, I mean, so first thing I'm seeing when I'm looking at Dimitri's team is the Mega Delphox, which I believe I've already seen on stream. This is a pick that I'm very excited about. I was excited about it when we first saw it, playing through Pokemon Z to A. And I think it's a very interesting pick. I know a lot of people were quite upset, as was shouted out previously, about the Levitate ability when it goes for that Mega Evolution, because that does mean it can't access the Psychic terrain. But I actually think Levitate is a very strong ability on that Mega Delphox, especially at the moment in the format that we currently have. Being able to place it next to something like that Garchomp that he's got on the team, click that Earthquake, and his own Delphox is immune to that Earthquake due to that Levitate. Puts that Delphox in a really good spot. It's also got a very, very strong special attack, a very, very strong speed stat. And so it can make good use of that Heat Wave and that Psychic. I noticed Dimitri's opted for the Substitute here, which will just kind of allow it, if there is a downturn, if there's a move where he can safely get it off, get that substitute up, and that means Delphox is able to be safe behind that substitute and start firing off those heat waves and those psychics. The other mega that he's running on the team as well is that Mega Floette, which we all know and love. It is very strong at the moment, and I know we've already spoken about it a lot. Dimitri is running that 3 fairy type move Floette. Clearly not overly concerned about having coverage or about anything that might resist that, but just, thinking it's got a very strong special attack stat, it's got that same type attack bonus, and it's got that fairy aura. So those moves, they're all going to be hitting very, very hard. Dazzling Gleam for that spread damage to be able to hit both Pokemon on the opposing side. Moonblast for that single target damage to deal more damage to a single Pokemon. And then Light of Ruin if you just want to hit the big red button and just do so much damage to one thing. The rest of his team, just a lot of really reliable Pokemon. So that Aerodactyl with that Focus Sash is just another very commonly seen Pokemon. Rock Slide, Dual Wing Beat, Tailwind, and Protect. All very reliable moves for this Pokemon with, I believe it's 130 base speed on that Aerodactyl. So able to move fast, get that Tailwind up before anything else, and also start swinging with those Rock Slides, those Dual Wing Beats to put a lot of offensive pressure, as well as having that support option with the Tailwind. Sneasler, also very standard. White Herb, keep you safe from an Intimidate from an Incineroar. Also means if you go for a close combat, you can restore your defenses so that you're not in a weakened state after using it. Once that White Herb is used, that Unburden will allow that Sneasler to be moving with twice as much speed as it normally would, which quite often makes it the fastest thing on the field, even if the opponent might have a Tailwind up, because Sneasler is already an incredibly fast Pokemon. Choice Scarf Garchomp, as I mentioned earlier, can be sat next to that. Delphox can also sit next to the Aerodactyl and click Earthquake, but it's also got that Stomping Tantrum, the Dragon Claw, and the Rock Slide. Just some reliable options there. The Rock Slide, very good if he was to come up against something like a Mega Charizard that rocks hitting for extremely effective damage. Allows it to take that out pretty reliably. And the King Gambit as well, just another really reliable pick. It's got that Defiant again to potentially answer any Incineroar, maybe anything else with Intimidate or other status or stat dropping moves or abilities. Sucker Punch, Kowtow, Cleave, Low Kick, Protect, just some really reliable coverage there.
Yeah, some very nice stuff there as well. We're going to be getting into the game pretty shortly now. But I did want to have a quick call to action there just before we get in. These substitute option on the Mega Delphox has been really nice to play around Sucker Punch from King Gambit, as it's something that can definitely look at getting the one-hit KO there for that. So having substitute to play around that and then being able to threaten a knockout with Heat Wave there is quite good innovation there, especially because there are good opportunities for it to do so. But enough about that. I think we'll see a lot more of it come through the gameplay there. So we are going to see the Henry Rich versus Dimitri Koziaris. We're going to see from Dimitri's end the Aerodactyl and Garchomp lead. And from Henry's end, it looks like we have got the Rotom Wash and Henry's own Garchomp coming out there as well. So it'll be interesting to see what options are there for turn one. Aerodactyl does have the option to have a look at going for an unthreatened initially, but with the double up, a very threatened Tailwind there. Garchomp, depending on if the Garchomp is an attack boosting nature or a speed boosting nature, can look at threatening big damage to the opposing Garchomp, especially being Scarfed. It will be faster, but it'll depend on how much and see what kind of play Dimitri wants to do here. And Henry does have a couple of options there as well, depending on the backline. But we're going to start out, Mark, by seeing a Protect coming out here from Henry's Garchomp.
Yeah, so I mean, the positives and the negatives to the Choice Scarf that Dimitri's running is that, it can't use that Protect like Henry's can. So Henry going for a very defensive play. Rockslide coming out rather than the Tailwind, potentially going for a flinch or maybe to pick up the Rotom, which it doesn't do. But there is the flinch, unfortunately for Henry's side, which means that Dimitri is going to be able to basically move with impunity that turn.
Yeah, so Aerodactyl having its own sort of pseudo fake out in a term of Rockslide. It still has a very high chance, a very solid chance of flinching there, and coming out from that 130 base speed, not gonna be an easy time stopping that in this position here. No Tailwind is required, and there's no real sort of pressure to do so in the next coming turns. We've seen Incineroar coming out here, so this will lower the damage output a little bit on Dimitri's side with two physical attackers there. Rotom, unfortunately, biting the bullet after being able to sit there and forced to take a couple of those early game hits. And we see the Tailwind there coming out there from Dimitri as well. So being able to get that knockout and the pretty free Tailwind, kind of just skipping, playing around the Garchomp, calling Henry out there those first 2 turns.
Yeah, exactly. So ignoring that Garchomp could have been costly to Dimitri if Henry left it in and attacked instead. But as you pointed out, Dimitri correctly calling that out, thinking, I don't think you're going to leave your Garchomp in here. I think you're going to switch it out, and so I'm just going to ignore that slot, and I'm just going to make sure I take out that Rotom, get that Tailwind up, so that I have that speed priority for following turns. We are going to see Dimitri switching out the Garchomp there, bringing in the King Gambit. And then there's going to be the Mega Evolution coming out from Henry's side of the field to Mega Evolve that Venusaur.
Yeah, so Venusaur looking to get into its prime as bulky as possible state there. The Aerodactyl does protect there, maybe looking to protect itself from that fake out. We do see no fake out, but we see a Leech Seed come out into the Aerodactyl slot. And we see a Flare Blitz coming out, going into the King Gambit. Big call out there, doing very nice damage to the King Gambit there. And getting the burn as well there, Mark. That is a big turn for Henry. Quite nice in exchange for what's happened to the first 2 turns to be able to sort of gain a little bit of momentum back into the set.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, that was an excellent shout from Henry, clicking that Flare Blitz, which would have been not very effective into that Garchomp had the Garchomp stayed on the field. But Henry just making that excellent call there. King Gambit comes in, and that Flare Blitz is picking up massive damage with that super effective hit. Not quite enough to pick up the knockout, but being able to get that burn from the Flare Blitz as well is just also fantastic for Henry's side. Rockslide coming out, doing respectable chip to the Incineroar, but maybe not as much as you'd hope for a super effective hit. Low kick coming out into that Incineroar, also not going to be enough thanks to that burn that Henry was able to get on earlier. Energy Ball coming out, no flinch on the Venusaur, and that is not going to pick up the knockout on Aerodactyl. Incineroar with a parting shot also into the Aerodactyl, taking it to -2 in its attack stat and allowing Hobbit to reposition.
Yeah, so we know for certain that the last Pokemon on Henry's side is that Garchomp. So the Garchomp is going to be coming back in now. With the Aerodactyl at -2 attack and the King Gambit burnt, there's not a lot of damage pressure outside of a potential critical hit coming out there from the Aerodactyl onto the Venusaur. That would need to be a dual wing beat as well. We saw the Rock Slide damage really wasn't doing that much, just putting Venusaur's sheer bulk on display when it Mega Evolves. As opposed to what a lot of newer players are commonly accustomed to in the form of just being that fast, focus sash, very offensive kind of Venusaur there. So we do see Henry's Garchomp go for the Rock Slide there. The Aerodactyl is protecting, and King Gambit is still just holding strong there, but we may potentially see a double up with an Energy Ball going into there. Not after a Kowtow Cleave coming out there. Venusaur just be able to take that well. The burn just paying off a lot of mileage here for Henry there. The King Gambit is left on 1 hit point as well. So if Henry looks to Rock Slide, it might have to look at throwing out a Sucker Punch there, which will still be a nice little bit of chip damage that Dimitri can get off here with the Garchomp there. The Venusaur is really trying to look to get that Leech Seed off because it's not got any of that recovery happening at the moment. If it's able to get that passive recovery and let something sit on the field, Henry will slowly work his way back into a better situation, especially with that Venusaur, which isn't really being threatened by too much at the moment, despite the fact that there's an Aerodactyl on the field.
Yes, exactly. I think the Incineroar doing a whole heap of work for Henry's side of the field. Sucker Punch coming out is unfortunately not going to do a whole lot. There is the dual wing beat. It's still doing a respectable amount of damage considering the Aerodactyl is at -2 attack. And Garchomp going to go for another Rock Slide here, and that is going to pick up both of the Pokemon on Dimitri's side of the field.
Yeah, so we're seeing a double knockout there. Venusaur probably won't be able to get too much mileage out of this turn, knowing that it is likely, because we've seen the Energy Ball, we've seen the Leech Seed, and we do see a Leech Seed come out there. The Leech Seed does fail. Looking like it was potentially thrown into an Aerodactyl. Could have potentially been thrown into a King Gambit as well. Maybe potentially looking at calling a switch there. But we are going to see Dimitri's backline here. We know Garchomp is one of those Pokemon, and Henry does know that it is Choice Scarfed. But on the other side, we see that Mega Delphox. So Mega Delphox with the ability to levitate, as you mentioned, Dimitri has the opportunity to lock itself into Earthquake while keeping Delphox safe, while putting pressure on the Venusaur, hitting for neutral damage with the Earthquake, still dealing big damage to the Garchomp, but also being able to cover for the Incineroar that is in the back there with some big damage there as well. So that potentially could be a line that Dimitri wants to go for. But there's also a classic case of some old school Pokemon era of when in doubt, drop rocks. I don't think that is that specific situation here for Dimitri. It looks fairly comfortable to have a look at clicking those strong Earthquakes there. And we see the Citrus Berry come out there as well. Was not able to be activated earlier. And yeah, we see the Delphox come out there, and it looks like we might see an Earthquake and potentially a Psychic or Substitute even come out here, from Dimitri's side.
Yeah, so there's a Protect coming out from Henry's side, probably just trying to scout out what's coming from Dimitri's Choice Scarf Garchomp. There's the Dragon Claw into the Garchomp, just a very safe click. Heatwave coming out from the Delphox is going to do quite a fair amount to that Incineroar, considering that is a not very effective hit. There's the critical hit. That makes a lot of sense there, but that is probably going to put Henry's Incineroar in range of a second Heatwave, I would imagine.
Yeah, I would imagine so as well, especially if Henry does look to fake out the Garchomp to stop the Dragon Claw happening for a turn, be taking any potential residual damage from Rough Skin that could be on the cards there from Dimitri's Garchomp there as well. But knowing that the Garchomp cannot protect, it does have the option to go for that fake out and that Dragon Claw just to look at removing the Garchomp from the field of play. But no fake out is clicked, the Dragon Claw is there, but the Intimidate being able to help soften the blow there. We see the Rough Skin come out there as well. The Psychic coming out, looking like to be a double into the Garchomp there. So Henry's Garchomp does get knocked out there. So it's Mega Venusaur and Incineroar against the world there. The Mega Venusaur goes for the Throat Chop, and it is enough to get the knockout there on the Mega Delphox there. So the Mega Delphox is down. We're going to see if Dragon Claw Garchomp, even at -1, has enough juice to be able to break through the last two Pokemon here on Henry's side.
Yeah, so that's quite a rough position for Dimitri to be in. Losing the Delphox there to the Throat Chop means that he doesn't have his reliable answer to that Venusaur that we've got. So the Venusaur, it's not on a lot of health, but the Garchomp is locked into that Dragon Claw, which means it can only be hitting one Pokemon at a time, as opposed to maybe a Earthquake, which would rather be doing here. So it'll be interesting to see if that Garchomp is able to pick up a knockout on both of these Pokemon before Henry is able to take out that Garchomp.
So you've got to think in Dimitri's shoes. Who is the threat here? The Incineroar on one hand doesn't have access to protect. It is a guaranteed knockout there to go for. But if you get that call wrong and the Venusaur goes for that Leech Seed, it is able to run through and draw back potentially enough hit points to run through and leave a couple of those hits. Getting the Leech Seed off, followed up by a Protect, followed up by an Energy Ball, followed up by potentially another Protect. Mega Venusaur might be able to have what it takes to outlive the Garchomp Dragon Claw onslaught by sapping the Leech Seed there, because Garchomp has that naturally high HP as well. It's going to get a lot of mileage out of that healing.
Yeah, exactly. So it looked like it might have been a bit of a wrong call from Dimitri there, because you really have to consider, is the Venusaur going to go for a Leech Seed or is it going to go for a Protect? If you think it's going to Leech Seed, you swing the Dragon Claw into it, try to pick up the knockout, and then it's 1v1 against the Incineroar. But if it protects, that's very bad, because Incineroar's either going to get damage off or get off a parting shot to reduce your damage. So now Henry's in a really good spot, as you called out, can protect, alternating turns, heal up with that Leech Seed. Dimitri's Garchomp is at -1 attack, which means that Venusaur's in a pretty good spot here and can probably just deal a lot of damage with that Energy Ball, intermittently with those protects, healing up with Leech Seed, Dragon Claw coming out, and as we see, it's really not doing a whole heap. Energy Ball, on the other hand, coming out from the Venusaur, gonna do a big chunk, and that means over the next couple of turns, this Leech Seed is gonna pick up the knockout on that Garchomp. Not quite enough this turn, but the writing is on the wall there, I think, as Henry can very much just protect at this turn and allow that Leech Seed to pick up the last little bit on the Garchomp.
Yeah, one Protect being able to seal it there. So it was really nice to get a good showing of just enforcing on just how dangerous Mega Venusaur can be. And that's just with one Leech Seed that comes out there. With the support from Incineroar that it didn't really have too much exposure to in older generations. Incineroar coming out a little bit after the prime time of Mega Venusaur back in the day. But having them both there together now, really showing that with that good Intimidate support and being able to like shuffle around of Parting Shot just to drop stats even further, just really amplifying just how great the bulk of Mega Venusaur can be going in there. So very strong showcase, especially after the rough couple of turns there from Henry into that game one. The big turning point in my opinion, was probably that burn onto that King Gambit. King Gambit being able to not only take gradual chip between turns as well, but really just limit the amount of damage that it's able to do. Really put Dimitri on hold for a little bit, and unfortunately for Henry, unfortunately for Dimitri, being able to take away the game one in the set.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, with King Gambit, typically with that Defiant ability, you don't really have many ways to be able to reduce its attack stat. So being able to get that burn off to be able to halve its attacking damage is it was very beneficial for Henry there. And we are going to see the same leads coming out from Dimitri in the form of Aerodactyl and Garchomp, and a switch up from Henry's side with his own Tailwind from the Talonflame and also that Frostlass.
It's be exciting to see. It's if Frostlass comes 99 times out of 100, you will see that thing mega evolve. Because Snow Warning is just a phenomenal ability for it. In a position like this, where you can get that faster Tailwind thanks to Gale Wings and fire off those really strong Blizzards, hitting both Pokemon on the field super effectively, hitting Garchomp extremely effectively, but having both the ground and the Dragon type properties weak to Ice offense. Definitely an option that can be played out there as well. There also is a possibility for Henry to have a look at going, Dimitri is not going to stay in here. I can take this opportunity to set up an Aurora Veil and Tailwind as well, and maybe have myself in a good position for some of my backline here. But we'll see what happens here as we see the turn one come out there. The King Gambit is coming in, not feeling the most threatened by these two on the field. And as we see, as it comes out, Henry is one of those 99 in the 100. We see the Mega Frostlass mark.
Yeah, there it is. I mean, what else are you going to do if you have a Frostlass on the field apart from Mega Evolve? It's going to set that snarl, and as you called out, it's going to be in a very good position. There is a Tailwind coming out from the Talonflame. Gale Wings making it go up in that priority bracket, and there's just a Blizzard being clicked. Going to take that Aerodactyl right down to its focus sash. It's going to do some chip damage to that King Gambit. Definitely a good idea for Dimitri to be switching out that Garchomp there, as it's obviously not going to be eating that Blizzard particularly well. There's a Rock Slide coming out. It's cleanly going to take out that Talonflame. It's also going to do quite a lot of damage to that Frostlass, even though that Snow is boosting that Frostlass defense as it is an Ice type. That Rock Slide still doing more than half of its hit points is pretty respectable.
Yeah, it definitely makes you fear the thought of if the Ice types didn't have that Snow buff, that is putting on a lot more damage. The Frostlass is looking at staring down this position here. Frostlass is in a bit of a bind because it may potentially have a look at getting up a fairly comfortable Aurora Veil, because it is staring down at King Gambit. King Gambit obviously threatening that Sucker Punch there. So if Frostlass does want to look at putting out an attack there, King Gambit can have a look at taking it out there. So Dimitri's got to play in mind that if Aurora Veil goes up, seeing that Rock Slide damage, is the second one enough to take out the Frostlass with the Aurora Veil buff and the Snow buff as well? Looking at the damage it was done, it might become pretty close, but there's also a threat of Garchomp on the field as now. Garchomp does have the option to hit both of these Pokemon pretty hard. A Stomping Tantrum into the King Gambit, or even just a Rock Slide to cover both respectively. Hitting the King Gambit for a little bit and knocking out the Aerodactyl as well. We do see Henry go for the Aurora Veil there, looking to call out that Sucker Punch. Dimitri protecting the King Gambit there, just getting a gauge on things. The Garchomp going for the Rock Slide. Does it hit the Aerodactyl? It does, so that is the Aerodactyl knockout there. So we are going to see the game tied up 3 Pokemon apiece.
Yeah, so Henry in a pretty good spot there was actually able to prevent Dimitri from ever getting that Tailwind up from that Aerodactyl, with Aerodactyl obviously opting for that Rock Slide rather than that Tailwind in that first turn, and then the Rock Slide from Henry's side being able to pick up the Aerodactyl before it could move in the second turn. Dimitri in an interesting spot. Both of his Pokemon threatening a lot of damage on the Frostlass, but the Garchomp is threatening a heap of damage on both the King Gambit and the Delphox. Obviously, Delphox has the potential to Mega Evolve to get that Levitate ability to be safe from any Earthquakes or Stomping Tantrums, but Rock Slide could still come out from the Garchomp and put out a heap of damage on that as well. Frostlass also, because it does have that tailwind, would be moving before that Delphox, and even though it will almost definitely get knocked out by a fire-type move coming out from the Delphox, it can also threaten damage with that Shadow Ball as well, and so that's something that Dimitri would need to consider. We are just seeing a switch there, trying to keep that King Gambit safe from any ground-type moves that might be coming out from the Garchomp. Mega Evolution on that Delphox, there it is. That is going to keep it safe from those ground-type moves from the Delphox, sorry, from the Garchomp as well. And there's a Protect from the Frostlass, clearly not wanting to risk a Shadow Ball not picking up Knockout, or maybe a Sucker Punch, Stomping Tantrum into the Garchomp. Going to do about 30% to that Garchomp there. And there's the Substitute coming out from Dimitri's side. Clearly feeling safe enough to go for that Substitute, and quite a good play, because that does mean that Delphox is going to be safe to just throw out an attack next turn.
Yeah, Dimitri reading the board state really well, knowing that the King Gambit is the Pokemon that is the threat to Frostlass, and potentially a threat to what Henry's fourth could be in the back line as well. Not looking to and wanting to kind of deal with it as quickly as possible, knowing that Frostlass can't really deal with the King Gambit. It generally only runs its Ghost type moves and its Ice type moves. King Gambit is happy to take those, with the exception of maybe a freeze that could come out from a Blizzard. But surely two statuses can't happen in one set. It's unheard of. So getting the switch into Garchomp there, on the Frostlass Protect there, and getting that free substitute is going to get good mileage there for Dimitri. As we see the pivot back into the King Gambit there, the Delphox going for the Protect, potentially looking at stalling out the final turns of the Tailwind on Henry's side of the field to have Delphox be the fastest Pokemon on the field. As we see the Blizzard come out there, protecting itself behind the substitute, putting Mega Delphox in a really great seat. And we see a Rock Slide coming out there from Henry as well. So just looking to break the sub as much as possible. Rock Slide being the only move to hit Mega Delphox on Henry's moveset from what we have seen revealed thus far. The Tailwind is petered out, so Dimitri's position now with those smart pivoting from the King Gambit back and forth with the Garchomp, and with the Mega Delphox with a substitute up, looking pretty scary for Henry. We're going to have to see how Henry wants to play around this and see if he's able to find a way to sneak out a Game 2 victory.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's once again really interesting to see what we've got here. But there is a Sucker Punch coming out from the King Gambit. It's just going to pick up that Frostlass cleanly, so that is going to be taken out on Henry's side of the field. Delphox coming out using Psychic into the Garchomp, and that is going to do quite a fair amount of damage there. Garchomp opting for the Rock Slide, clearly just trying to knock out the substitute, but unfortunately the miss means it's not going to hit the Delphox. The Delphox is going to remain behind that substitute. That is going to be pretty bad news for Henry's side of the field.
Yeah, it's not something you would exactly want to see in Henry's position there. Missing a substitute is always bad, because it just allows it to run through there. And we can see that Henry has conceded the game, electing to not reveal anything that is in the backline there. So Henry's been playing the game for quite a while, so he does have that mentality of, I can concede before revealing any of my backline pieces, just to make sure that I don't reveal anything to Dimitri there on what the backline is. So that's a pretty veteran play there from Henry's end, just conserving information because you have the ability to do so. Definitely something that might be seen more against in like top level tournament play. If you know your beat and your opponent wants to try and figure out what the fourth is that's unrevealed, you can concede on the spot there. Something new to champions, and Henry putting that one on showcase to be able to preserve information going into the final game of the set.
Yeah, so it was really interesting to see that game two. We kind of had a reverse of what we had game one, where in the first game, Dimitri was really able to pick up the speed initiative and be in a good spot, but Henry was able to turn it around with slow playing, defensive plays. And in game two, it was the opposite. Henry going for that tailwind, and Dimitri being able to reverse the game on him. But we are going to see that game three now. We are seeing the leads of Incineroar and Frostlass on Henry's side of the field, and Floette and Aerodactyl on Dimitri's side of the field. So we are seeing a switch up from both sides of the field here.
Yeah, we are. We're going to see the first sign of Mega Floette. And I just want to point it out there, we didn't have enough time to discuss it. I have used offensive Mega Floette with Light of Ruin. That move one-shots Arcaludon. Like, it is an incredibly strong move. And looking at the board state here, it'll do quite a lot to an Incineroar, maybe even having a look at one-shotting that as well, just taking it out in one hit. But the pivot into the Venusaur has been made there. So Henry has brought both of his Megas. With the option to Mega Evolve something, he may potentially get more mileage out of Mega Evolving a Frostlass as opposed to Mega Evolving a Venusaur. But we'll see what happens as the turns play out there. So we do just see a raw Rock Slide come out there from the Aerodactyl. Frostlass being able to take that thanks to the Intimidate at the start of the turn there. The Blind Blizzard coming out there from the Frostlass. Not even able to take Aerodactyl down to its focus sash. It just goes to show that Frostlass, without that Mega Evolution, it really does struggle to get a lot of that damage mileage out there. So, and the Dazzling Gleam follow-up, knocking out the Frostlass. So, I feel a little bit more confident knowing which Pokemon is going to be a Mega of choice for Henry going into this final game here.
Yeah, I think it's definitely a safe pick. I think we also saw why you shouted out earlier that 99 times out of 100, Frostlass goes for that Mega Evolution, because when it doesn't, it's a bit of a wet noodle. It didn't really have the bulk of this, no snow to shore up its defense, but clearly Henry's got a plan. He knows that he wants to Mega Evolve the Venusaur in this match, and that's exactly what we see here. Mega Evolution on the Venusaur, very bulky. That poison typing in front of the Floette with nothing but fairy type attacks means it is going to be resisting all of that and probably taking them pretty comfortably. Double protect from Dimitri's side of the field, knowing that that fake out is coming out from that Incineroar, and clearly just wanting to keep both Pokemon safe from either of those. There's the Leech Seed. Henry recognizing where Venusaur's bread is buttered here, just trying to go for a Leech Seed as soon as possible, but going into that protect that Dimitri was smart enough to fire out.
Yeah, the double protect there, just covering for anything that Henry would want to go for there. The only thing that doesn't really cover is a side lead seed into your Incineroar, but there's not really too many situations where you'd want to be doing that. But a Rock Slide does come out here. The Aerodactyl has had 2 Intimidate drops there, so not really doing the most damage there. And here we go. We see the big red button being clicked there onto the Incineroar. And just look at that damage mark. If you want to get rid of Incineroar, there's your ticket to it.
Yeah, absolutely. Not even super effective on that hit, just dealing so much damage. There's the Leech Seed coming out from the Venusaur. That Floette's actually quite on low HP right now, just due to all that recoil it took from that Light of Ruin. So it's only 1 or 2 Leech Seeds away from being taken out. Venusaur healing a respectable amount from that Leech Seed. Just to kind of keep it in a very healthy spot. But it was great to see that Incineroar just get completely taken out by that Light of Ruin.
Yeah, so dropping all the way down to 30 hit points. Leech Seed taking it down to 12. So another Leech Seed round will pick up the Floette there. Venusaur going to have a look to... It really wants to heal that HP. Any extra bit of HP it can get is very welcome. Henry may potentially look like they are on the back foot at the moment, being down 4 Pokemon to... I'm still going to say 4 Pokemon down to 2, because one Moonblast or Dazzling Gleam really does threaten Garchomp in this position. The Aerodactyl is in a spot where if Tailwind doesn't get set up, it is more than welcome to have a look at doing so now to allow the Floette to, instead of speed tying the Garchomp, does look to outspeed it. But this switch does cover a double protect as well that could come out from Henry's end to get rid of the Floette as well, with the Leech Seed taking that last round of chip. Which is not the play that's been made. The Venusaur has gone on the offensive. The Garchomp did protect, though, just to try and protect itself. We see the dual wing beat come out onto the Venusaur. Yeah, even though it's at -2, still doing quite a lot of damage there with the Aerodactyl, and Venusaur just constantly going to throw out those Leech Seeds. She's going to try and want to get as much health back as possible. It's going to be a big uphill climb for the classic combination of Mega Venusaur Garchomp to get back into this game there. But the Aerodactyl was also only at 9 hit points, so it's not going to be healing the highest amount back from the Leech Seed there. But with the Aerodactyl down, I don't believe there was any Tailwind set up on either side of the field. But we're going to have a look to see what could be brought out there. With Scarf Garchomp on Dimitri's side as well, there is a lot of just quick damage to be thrown out and pressured here as well. I believe if we are looking to see a 4th, I could see it potentially being either the Kingambit or the Sneasler. I don't see Delphox coming in without the option to Mega Evolve there. Run me through your thoughts, Mark. What do you think going through Dimitri's and Henry's heads at the moment?
Yeah, I mean, I absolutely agree. I don't think the Delphox is brought here, although it would be very funny to see both trainers bring both of their mega Pokemon to the match. Although we did see how that didn't necessarily work out for Henry. I think, if you're Henry, you've got to really be considering, does Garchomp take a Dragon Claw from the opposing Garchomp? Yes, quite possibly, but then what kind of position are you in? Are you maybe hoping to win that speed tie if you are, in fact, trained at the same speed as the Floette? There's a Stomping Tantrum coming out for Dimitri that is unfortunately going to pick up the Venusaur, so that's going to put Dimitri in a very comfortable spot against Henry. Rockslide coming out is going to win the speed tie against that Floette. It's going to do a little bit of chip damage into that Garchomp, but it's really not a whole heap, which is not really what you want when you're down to your last Pokemon on the field.
Yeah, not the best that you want to see. You do also see that Dimitri is going to be down to their last two as well. The Garchomp locked into Stomping Tantrum, so it won't be doing as much damage as Dragon Claw will be to Garchomp, while at the same time still taking that rough skin residual as well every time the Stomping Tantrum is thrown into the Garchomp there. We are going to see the King Gambit there. The King Gambit is probably the best Pokemon that Dimitri could have in the back line. Even though Delphox, Sneasler, and King Gambit are all weak to ground type attacks, King Gambit definitely has the better physical bulk and the draw to be able to fire off a powerful Black Glasses, Kowtow Cleave, and even Sucker Punch going into the later ends of the game as well. So position looks nice for Dimitri with the King Gambit as the fourth, but we'll see if he's able to capitalize and close it out in this game 3.
Yeah, so there's a Sucker Punch coming out from Dimitri's side, just trying to pick up as much damage as possible to get rid of Henry's. But there's the Stomping Tantrum coming out from Henry's side of the field. Not quite enough. The Stomping Tantrum coming out from Dimitri's side. There's the Earthquake coming out from Henry's side, dealing a decent amount. Hanging on there. However, it's almost definitely not going to be able to take a second Sucker Punch, which I think really has this game on lock for Dimitri.
Yeah, it's pretty tough when you're not a Scarf Garchomp staring down a Scarf Jump Garchomp, clicking a move that can't miss. It does kind of paint the picture that it's all over. It's just going to need one turn. Henry, being that guy, he'll make it 2 turns. He'll make it 3 turns even if he wants to. He'll stall all the Sucker Punches if he wants to. But it's basically kind of boiled down to, it's pretty much almost an impossibility, you would think, in this position there, just due to the nature of the Stomping Tantrum not being able to miss. And if you've got the same Pokemon and one's given a choice scarf, making it faster than the other one, it's going to be faster than it in pretty much every situation there. So the Sucker Punch does fail there onto the Double Protect. And the Stomping Tantrum comes out, knocking out the Garchomp. Biggest critical hit of the set there.
Critical hit for good measure.
And we see it wrapping up. So that is a 2-1 win for Dimitri in this showcase set. And what a set!
Yeah, that was a great 3-game set to watch. I like that both trainers opting to bring different strategies in each of those games, really mixing it up, trying to adjust based on what their opponent was going to bring. And it did end up paying off for Dimitri in the end, but we saw the adjustment work out really well in the way that he was able to utilize that Floette for great effect, being able to get that one-hit knockout on the Incineroar with that Light of Ruin. Even though, as shouted out, not even a super effective hit, just being able to get massive damage off that 140 base hit damage on the move. Fairy Aura, very high special attack stat. Just allows her to pick up a Pokemon, which most people regard as being a pretty bulky Pokemon, which is reliably able to stick around for a turn or two. Floette said, nope, absolutely not. You're going in the bin. So, shout out to Dimitri for that adjustment, bring that Floette instead. I think it worked out very well for him. But yeah, just shout out to both players because I think that was just a really well played 3-game set.
Yeah, both games were really well played. It was really nice showing just the unique synergy that the Venusaur and the Frostlass can have, both of those megas. I'm not sure how much Champions Ladder you have played, Mark, but I myself haven't seen that mega combination duo before, so it was really nice having that one showcased there. And it's been really nice to get a lot of showing on the Mega Delphox as well from Dimitri's side of things. A Pokemon that initially got a lot of hate because it was, oh, it's levitate, it's not able to, take advantage of psychic terrain that isn't in champions as of yet, but will eventually come in down the line. But
That's
being
not
able to
true. You
show,
can manually set it.
but that is true.
You
However,
get mega slow, bro. Get that psychic terrain set up. It's happened to me before on ladder.
yeah, the one time I've seen it was probably with a prankster male Meowstic being able to get the psychic terrain up at a priority and then having a fast expanding force attacker just go into it. But levitate is such a strong ability on the other hand as well. Having an immunity is always amazing as an ability. Like, it's very hard to complain about that. And having an immunity to something you're weak to, when something like Garchomp is going to be around the format, all formats generally will have one very strong ground type attacker more often than not. And in Champions Regulation MA at the moment, it is in the form of that Garchomp. And being able to run through and have it generally forced to use either Dragon Claw or Rock Slide. Rock Slide, as we saw in the set as well, it's not hitting with perfect accuracy, and it is able to dodge those attacks as well. So yeah, really good showcasing on there as well. Unfortunately, for your boy Rotom Wash, not the greatest showing for Rotom in that set, getting flinched and then taken out the following turn, and then he proceeded to be sent to the repair shop after that one, unfortunately, Mark.
That's all right. I'm sure there'll be plenty more washing machines for us to see going forward. Like I called out, despite what we just saw, it is a very strong Pokemon at the moment. I'll also reveal my bias that I've been running Mega Delphox on ladder. It has been my Mega Pokemon of choice. And I 100% agree with everything you've said. I think Levitate on Mega Delphox is so strong at the moment. I think its stats put it in a really good spot to be outputting massive damage. And I just think it's really well placed for the meta. So we're going to go up to a quick break there, but we will be back with more games to bring you in this OCE VGC showcase. Welcome back, everyone, to our coverage of the Champions Invitational here on OCE VGC. I'm back, and I am joined by Henry Rich. Henry, how's it going?
Going good, man. Could have been a little bit better after seeing last round, but we're here. We're going to show some more good matches, and Dim played really well in that set.
Yeah, so we did just see you play against Dim. I was calling it out as just a fantastic game of Pokemon, basically. 3-game set, played very well by both players, some great adjustments. I don't know if you want to walk us through at all your mindset going through that. I will say I was a big fan of your team. I do like the combination of Venusaur and Frostlass. But you were mentioning before we cut to camera that you felt like you made a couple of mistakes in that game, so I don't know if you want to illuminate us all on that.
Yeah, absolutely. Game one, the Garchomp, Scarf Garchomp is a massive threat to my team, even with the Frostlass there. Like you saw how much damage Frostlass takes, even in snow, like a double rock slide, that sort of thing is super threatening. So I
Yeah.
wanted to lead off with the Rotom game one, get down a Will-O-Wisp. As we saw, Rotom didn't exactly get to move, but that's how the game goes sometimes. No, Mega Venusaur was pretty much my plan going into that game. With Intimidate support, the only thing I really had to worry about was Psychic, specifically from the Delphox because of Thick Fat. Game one, I was able to maneuver myself to where Incineroar got the KO onto the Delphox, and Venusaur was kind of just able to bulk it out. Game two, sacrificing Talonflame for the early Tailwind wasn't ideal. But then I was forced to play around the King Gambit the entire game, which was really, really rough on the Frostlass end of things.
Yep.
And Dim just played really well, even though I denied him his speed control. But I think where I went the most wrong, as Paul pointed out, I was trying to preserve information game two. I conceded the game before I revealed that I had my Venusaur in the back, and then team preview of game three, I completely forgot about that. And I was like, all right, he knows that I've been bringing Venusaur each game. He doesn't want to go the flow out route, and completely forgetting that as far as he's concerned, I didn't bring the Venusaur game two. And I was like, okay, cool. I can just go. I can go fake out. And Frostlass game one, I don't have to mega. Sorry, game three. I don't have to mega, and I can position from there. And then the flow out came out turn one, and I was like, oh yeah, that's probably not going to be the best for me. And then he completely called me turn one as well. I was like, look, I'm threatening a fake out and a blizzard here. Like I can shut down your Tailwind mode, shut down your big damage on Frostlass for turn one, and kind of get Venusaur in for kind of relatively free later on. Or that turn, and I was like, yeah, I'll switch in the Venusaur here so I can mega it and just go for a blizzard in case kind of something happens here. But yeah, Dim absolutely called me on that. The Rockslide Dazzling Gleam and then Light of Ruin. Damn, that does so much damage.
It's so
I've been talking a
strong.
lot. Yeah, I've been talking a lot to people about how like strong flow it is. Like it hits so hard, you kind of have to have a game plan for it. Whenever you can have the potential of facing it, but I really was not prepared for my Incineroar to just disappear that turn. But yeah, like inherently, when it comes down to it, my game three plan was very flawed. Couple of misinformed decisions on my end where I wasn't taking into consideration the information that had actually been seen in previous games. Whereas like I would have been much better off kind of regardless of what was happening there if I just let something like Incineroar Venusaur and go for kind of that more consistent gameplay rather than here I'll go with a Frostlass that I'm not going to mega. We'll hope I hit the blizzards. We'll hope that it pressures enough there, and then as soon as the Garchomp wasn't on lead, that kind of just fell apart.
Yeah, of course.
But no, it really goes to show that like this is still early on in Champions, but I've been around for long enough that I definitely should be recognizing that sort of thing. But that was a mistake that I made there that I'm definitely going to be pushing myself to not make again. But enough about our previous set because we've got a pretty interesting one coming up between two very good players.
Yeah, absolutely. So we have Christian Masati coming up against Guilherme. Both of these very talented players, and I think maybe for the first time today we have got a mirror in the Mega Pokemon that each player is bringing. We've got Mega Gengar against Mega Gengar. So if we look at Guilherme's team over here, looks like a rain team. So this is the second rain team we've seen today, but the first rain team that we've seen that had a Pelifin on it, which is really awesome to see. Most people on these rain teams, they do tend to opt for a Basket Legion, given that it can run either the Swift Swim for the extra speed in the rain or adaptability to deal massive, massive damage with those water type attacks. Pelifin, an interesting play, one we haven't seen in a while, probably not since Regulation C of Scarlet and Violet have we seen it have much prominence in the meta. So it'll be interesting to see how that plays out. Very standard close combat, Jet Punch, Wave Crash, and Protect. From that, Pelipper with a Wide Guard, Weather Ball, Hurricane, and Helping Hand rather than a Tailwind or a Protect there. So clearly more interested in making sure the other Pokemon on the team get that damage output. There is also a Tailwind on the team in the form of Whimsicott. So Whimsicott with a Light Screen Moonblast, Tailwind, and Encore with a Citrus Berry there, which is less of a usual pick that we'd see on a Whimsicott, but with no access to the Covert Cloak and with Focus Sash on the Pelipper, clearly Guillermo needed to branch out into other options there. Leftovers Archeliodon with Electroshot, Dragon Pulse, Flash Cannon, and Protect. Incineroar with the Lumberry. Lumberry is an interesting one there. Might be similar to how we would previously see safety goggles on an Incineroar, just to keep it safe from potentially a sleep powder from a Venusaur or something of that nature. We've got Fake Out, Throat Chop, Parting Shot, and Flare Blitz, which is a very standard Incineroar set. And then we've got the centerpiece of the team, the Mega Gengar. So that's the Sludge Bomb, Shadow Ball, Icy Wind, and Protect. Icy Wind is a bit of an interesting one, clearly opting for some additional speed control here, along with the Tailwind that he's already got. And Icy Wind also does have the added benefit, even though it is only 55 base power and is reduced by the spread damage, it can still output some damage, as we've seen in previous matches. Garchomp is one of the strongest Pokemon at the moment, and being able to have that Icy Wind to threaten damage on a Garchomp, which would otherwise be threatening super effective ground type moves into your Gengar, is also something that may be very useful on that Gengar.
Yeah, it's a very interesting take on a rain team in comparison to what we've normally seen. We saw back in Scarlet and Violet, Palafin came to the top straight away. It was the peak water type.
Yep.
Then a few regulations later, Gyarados with its Intimidate just became such a good supporting water type that Gyarados kind of just bumped Palafin off the radar. And then a few more regulations later after that, we saw Basculegion come in and really solidify itself as the staple rain kind of abuser, rain sweeper.
Yep.
It's really interesting to see Palafin back here. Its sheer BST is just so phenomenal. But also having access to the fighting coverage in close combat rather than the ghost typing makes for a really interesting mix because you've already got Gengar there covering your ghost typing. As you said, Pelipper not needing to go the Tailwind thanks to that Whimsicott is able to go a bit more of a supporting role in that helping hand. But it's interesting that both the Pelippers that we've seen so far today have not had Protect. They've all had that Wide Guard, Weather Ball, Hurricane, and opted for a fourth move that just hasn't been Protect, which is really unusual for Pelipper lately. But now we get to cut across to our other Mega Gengar team, run by Christian Masadi here. Running finally, we knew we'd see it eventually, that Perish Gengar team. Perish Song obviously mixing so well with the Shadow Tag ability that Mega Gengar gets. Next to, you kind of usually expect to see Soundproof Como here. But Christian opting for the Overcoat, helping him deal a bit more with weather like Sandstorm, avoiding that chip damage, avoiding sleep powders, rage powders, all that sort of thing. And it's really, really solid. We've seen a lot of these Mega Gengar Perish teams recently really opting for that setup Como. We've seen Body Press Iron Defense in the past, but this Clangorous Soul Como, getting that Omni boost, Sinistchar there to help with that third of the HP that you lose when you use that boost. But a weather setter that we haven't gotten to see today, it's that other rain setter that used to be so prominent in Politoed. It's another Perish Song user, and that Encore Weather Ball combination is so tough to deal with. Unfortunately, Politoed doesn't have access to Scald, which was such a good move, and I'm sure a lot of people are waiting for that to come back eventually. But for now, Weather Ball is going to do it. It's going to hit a little bit harder, but no bone chance. But one of the important things that we see on these Mega Gengar Perish teams is there's Protect everywhere. You've got Protect on your Incineroar, where normally you'd want to be running kind of multiple coverage moves. You've got Protect on the Sinistchar, in this case foregoing the most common Trick Room. But then rounding it out, you've got that Sneasler with the Focus Sash, which we've seen a lot of White Herb lately, but Focus Sash is still such a good item on it, just to make sure you're taking at least one hit and you're hitting back again. It's a really well-rounded Perish team here, but it's always really interesting to see how this goes against other Mega Gengar teams, especially when paired with Whimsicott, because you cannot trap an opposing Gengar and they get the speed advantage with that Tailwind. It's going to be really interesting to see how these two teams play out against each other.
Yeah, I mean, what's really interesting about these two teams is you could theoretically call it a mirror match. You know, you've got Mega Gengar Rain team. But when you actually look at the nuts and bolts of it, these are two very, very different teams. They have different play styles, they have different wing conditions, the way they pair up into one another will be really interesting to watch because you're going to see, like you said, you know, the very slow play, try to stall out the Perish Song with Protect on every single Pokemon on Christian's team, multiple fake outs, the Hospitality, the healing from the Sinistcha, and then you've got what is, on the other hand, quite an aggressive team from Guilherme with that is Mega Gengar for more of an offensive lean, Calyodon, the Dolphin, the Cat, you know, all the offensive options that Guilherme's got. So it'll be interesting to see how they do into one another.
I feel like it's almost going to be, rather than seeing this Gengar Whimsicott team versus this Perish Gengar team, it's going to be, let's look at this Rain team with really good Mega support and speed control versus this Como setup team that also has a very similar support package. Because I feel like if you're looking at this matchup, the Gengar on Christian's side, it's really wanting to be there to outposition kind of a more passive mode that you don't really get from Guilherme's side. Instead, you're looking to use it to help trap things on the board to let your Como set up and then get that Sinistchar in to support the Como once it's set up. Because boosted Aura Spheres, boosted clanging Scales are doing so much damage to all these Pokemon. You really want to be able to either set your Whimsicott in a good position or have your Pelipper there to kind of force the Como into only targeting down one slot with those Aura Spheres. It's going to be really, really interesting to see how both players maneuver around these.
100%. So we are going to see the game starting there. It is going to be Gengar versus Gengar. So on Christian's side, we've got the Gengar and the Sneasler. And then on Guilherme's side, we've got the Gengar and the Incineroar. So Fake Out threatening Fake Out, Gengar threatening Gengar. I'll be keen to see exactly how this first turn plays out and how each of these trainers try to address one another. Something interesting to shout out is that Guilherme's Incineroar is threatening damage on Christian's Gengar, whereas Christian's Sneasler is not really threatening any damage on Guilherme's Gengar, given that the Incineroar has access to that Throat Chop.
Yeah, it's a really interesting situation here where we haven't seen a lot of the Sneaslers going up against opposing Incineroar, but this is one of those situations where Focus Sash isn't what you want to be having in front of an opposing Incineroar. You want to be getting that White Herb moving first, but that's not the case here. We actually see Christian recognizing the position that he's in, getting his own Gengar out of there, not worrying about getting a trap down at the moment, bringing his own Incineroar, as the opposing Incineroar actually switches out, going into Whimsicott. So really interesting mode here where Guilherme gets the Mega on his Gengar. He gets that trap set. So both of these Pokemon, unless the Incineroar opts to pivot on a later turn, are trapped in here now. But this Whimsicott, it's in the prime position to start encoring things. That's one of the great combinations of these two Pokemon. You can force Pokemon into moves that they don't want to be clicking, and they can't switch out to escape that. This Sneasler very likely could be locked into an encore this next turn, but Christian also piling that Mega Gengar, recognizing that play, has switched in his own Incineroar, and without Covert Cloak being in the game at the moment, Incineroar can now fake out the Whimsicott. So this makes this a really kind of unique spot of, do you want to fake out the Whimsicott and stop yourself from being encored into fake out? Do you want to try to hit their Gengar? And it's there's so many possibilities in this matchup.
Yeah, for sure. So we are just going to see a clean switch from Guillaume into that Incineroar. And switching out Whimsicott as well, going for the double switch. Clearly just trying to take that time to reposition while Christian scrambles to deal with the Mega Gengar's trapping. There's the fake out going out into what was the Whimsicott, which is now the Archelodon. Archelodon getting that defense boost from the stamina. Diaclaw as well into that slot, not doing anything to the steel types. A really, really good repositioning from Guillermo there. Now in a really good spot to threaten a fake out from the Incineroar and to also threaten some damage output now from that Archelodon.
Yeah, so a really interesting situation here where Guillermo has really set himself up well with that arch. He's got that +1 boost on it. His Incineroar's next to it with Fake Out, ready to deal with anything. The opposing Sneasler is at -2. We've seen in the past, there's a good chance that close combat doesn't KO an Archelodon at neutral, let alone at -2.
And with +1 defense on the arch as well.
Yeah, and with the defense boost, of course. Guillermo really positioning himself well here, but again, it's just been switch after switch after switch. That Archelodon now getting off the field, but no switches from Christian's side of the field. A close combat, even at -2 attack, dealing over 50% to that Incineroar. As the Incineroar on Guillermo's side going for just a throat chop, possibly calling a parting shot from the opposing Incineroar, stopping that Pokemon from switching out using a sound move. Throat Chop, obviously blocking the sound move of the Pokemon that it hits. So if there was maybe a different speed interaction there, that could have played out very differently. But Guillermo going for the Throat Chop, and it definitely paid off there. Christian not getting to pivot, and even if Christian had gone for something like maybe the hard switch into Gengar, that still would have been a really good play, picking up that Gengar on the switch in.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we see Guillermo going for the switch after switch after switch here. One of the most important things when you're playing something like Mega Gengar is the positioning, the board state. How do you keep your opponent's Pokemon trapped? How do you want your own Pokemon to be on the field? Yet another reposition here coming out from Guillermo, getting that Whimsicott in and keeping the Incineroar in the back as well, so to come back in for another Intimidate, another Fake Out. Not quite dealing enough damage with the Shadow Ball there, and there's a close combat into what was the Incineroar. Yet another good switch from Guillermo, taking not a whole heap of damage there. But at some point, you've got to consider at what point do you stop repositioning and start swinging. It's like you can keep your Pokemon safe, you can reposition, but until you start taking some hits of your own, you're not achieving a whole heap. Throat Chop coming out into the Gengar, it's not doing a lot. Clearly, Christian's Incineroar has taken quite a beating from the Intimidates and other drops, so it's not doing a whole heap of damage there. But, Guillermo, in turn, hasn't output as much damage as maybe you'd have expected to from his team at this point in the game. It's all just been a lot of repositioning. So while it has been doing it quite well, you've got to ask yourself, when is that actually going to come to fruition and get him the advantage in the game?
Well, it's at the point right now where the damage can start being dealt. We saw both of the trainers opt to start going for attacks that turn, the close combat, the Shadow Ball, getting damage down, even with the Throat Chop. But this Incineroar, there's no more Throat Chop active on the field from Guillermo's side of the field. So the Incineroar can go for that parting shot, which there it is, making sure, let's get that Gengar's special attack down and get this Incineroar off the field and start repositioning it again myself. Without the Palafin or the Pelipper, a lot of the offense from Guillermo's side of the field comes from that Gengar this game, and keeping it mitigated, whether that's keeping its special attack down or just trying to pressure it off the field, is going to be really important for Christian going forward. We see that the Sneasler is now locked into close combat. With its attack dropped so low, it's not doing much to the resisted Whimsicott, and it's definitely doing nothing at all to the immunity that is the Gengar. But it's the Gengar coming out on Christian's side of the field now, but there's so much pressure from this Whimsicott for a tailwind and just a raw Shadow Ball from Guillermo's side.
Yeah, so we're just going to see a straight Protect coming out there from Christian's side of the field. There is the Tailwind, like you called out, getting Guillermo that speed advantage. Shadow Ball into... sorry, that was actually a Protect from Guillermo's side. Shadow Ball from Christian's side, not going to do anything there. And Close Combat as well into that slot, clearly predicting another switch, but that is not going to come out at this stage.
Yeah, so at this point of the game, that Sneasler, it's so mitigated. Its attack is super low now. I believe it's -2 to -3 right now. Tailwind is up. It's not dealing much damage at all to anything. So leaving that on that side of the field is effectively leaving Christian with a dead slot. At that point, you'd rather that the Sneasler get knocked out so you can kind of do something else with it. But Guillaume doing a really good job of recognizing that, look, I'm happy to deal with just the left slot. If that's kind of the only thing on your side that's putting in work, then I'm happy to leave the Sneasler there. We actually see the Shadow Ball come out here and not get the KO, signifying a very bulky Gengar on Christian's side of the field, as Moonblast now being enough to pick up that Sneasler.
Yeah, so we are going to see dividends come out for that parting shot that Christian clicked a couple of turns ago from that Incineroar. Dropping the special attack on that Gengar was really enough to keep his own Gengar on the field and allow it to return fire with his own Shadow Ball and pick up the knockout on Guillerme's side of the field. So that is going to take it down to, I believe, a 3 versus 3.
Yeah, and it's really interesting here now. We were talking about how Sneasler being on the field like that, it was really good for Guillaume. But with the Gengar gone and the Sneasler down, that gives Christian the ability to start maneuvering himself again. And that's a huge damage dealer from Guillaume's side of the field that's just not around now. So while the Tailwind is still there, Christian's still got his Gengar around. He's still got his Mega. And Sinistchar's now hit the field. It's able to get some healing on the Gengar, and it's able to redirect a lot of these big attacks that could be coming out. It can't redirect the Whimsicott, but because there's no more safety goggles in the game, that Incineroar, if there's a Rage Powder coming out, it's going to be hitting into that Sinistchar. And right now, that's what you want to be happening. You want your Gengar to be as free as possible to just start dishing out damage after damage after damage. You've gotten yourself to a point where the opposing Gengar is gone. You don't need to worry about their Mega, but you need to keep up that damage. You need to keep up that momentum that you gained off of a really good turn.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, so there's a Rage Powder coming out from the Sinistcha there to keep the Gengar safe, to either go for maybe a Shadow Ball or maybe go for a Perish Song. But there's the Encore coming out from the Whimsicott, not redirected because it is a Grass type. Throat Chop is going to be redirected into the Sinistcha there. And that means that the Gengar is now going to be locked into that Shadow Ball that it clicked in the previous turn. So that's what's going to be clicking for the next 3 turns unless it goes for a switch out.
That Whimsicott, the Citrus Berry, showing just how bulky that Guillaume has built this Whimsicott to be. Taking really, considering it's a Mega Gengar across from it, really not taking much from that Shadow Ball at all, and healing back up. And it does also still have access to that light screen, so it can reduce the damage even further. But just making sure that, look, I'm going to be sure that you're not clicking Disable, you're not clicking Perish Song. I want you clicking Shadow Ball. My Whimsicott's bulky enough to take those hits. My Incineroar definitely doesn't mind taking those hits. I don't want you doing anything tricky that could maybe set me off on the back foot. So even though he's lost his Mega Evolution here, Guillaume is really, really showing how control heavy his team can be. He's been maneuvering really well, controlling the battlefield really well, and Christian, recognizing that, gets his Gengar out of there. Incineroar switching in, barely hanging on though.
Yeah, so there's the Moonblast into the Throat Chop combination. Not quite enough to pick up the Incineroar, just due to Guillerme's Incineroar not having a lot of attack to work with. Life Dew coming out is going to keep Christian's Incineroar in a more comfortable position, and Tailwind is going to drop on Guillerme's side of the field, which could end up being relevant here in the later turns.
Yeah, and now if you look at it here, the Sinistchar, it's just healing up again. It's healed itself. It took about 50% from that Throat Chop earlier, healed itself back up with a Citrus Berry, and it's just going to keep recovering the HP. And it really needs to do that. The Gengar, it's sitting at just above 50% at the moment. The Incineroar is still very low. You want to be getting down some damage, but when your coverage is Dark type into a Dark and Fairy type, and Grass type into a Grass and Fire type, it's really, really not doing as much as you want. You need to keep chipping away at these Pokemon, but then after all that, there is still an Archaludon in the back that you have to be prepared for. And I think to be best prepared for that, you need to have both your Sinistcha and your Gengar still around.
Yeah, so there's going to be the reposition from Christian into that Gengar, but Guillermo is going to go for that parting shot into that Gengar, drop a special attack, and allow him to go for yet another reposition. Bring that Whimsicott back out onto the field. Whimsicott, being immune to those Rage Powders, can throw out some Encores into the Gengar if needed. Can also set up that Tailwind that we mentioned earlier to allow the Archeliodon to move before the Gengar and maybe get some damage off there. Sinister continuing to be a problem for Guillermo. Those life dews are keeping Christian's Pokemon quite healthy, where Guillermo's been trying to chip them down with those Moonblasts, those Throat Chops, and those little bits of damage. The Sinister's just using those life dews to just heal it all back, and it means that Guillermo's going to have to put in all that work again.
Yeah, a really interesting end game that Christian could be playing towards here. It is currently a 3v3 when it comes to Pokemon numbers. If you can get a KO onto Guillermo's side of the field, that brings you down to a 3v2, and if you can get a Perish Song off in that situation, or just a Perish Song off now, the Incineroar is not on the field. There is no chance of a pivot from these two Pokemon. It could be absolutely huge. So this Perish Song here, this is the situation that Christian's been trying to work his way into. There's the Life Dew. You've got the Perish Song off. You've got the Life Dew off. Both of your Pokemon are very healthy, with the Gengar now being back to full after getting so low earlier in the game. And as we said, all of these Pokemon on Christian's side of the field have Protect. Sinister and Gengar both have Protect, and I can almost guarantee that that's what they're going to be going for here. You want to get those Perish turns ticking down. Guillaume only having one switch out, one Pokemon in the back, means that even if that Gengar leaves the field, whether to set off its own Perish or to just kind of reposition, or if it gets KO'd somehow, he can only switch one Pokemon. And you really want this Whimsicott and this Archeliodon gone, and it's going to force Guillermo to pick.
Yeah, so the clock is really ticking for Guillermo's side of the field. Most of the time, as a Whimsicott player, you'd be more than happy to see your opponent double Protect in front of it, because you can just start swinging out those Encores and lock them into the Protect. But at this point, you've only got coming up on 2 turns left in the game before you can actually, both of your Pokemon get taken out. So that Encore isn't going to do a whole heap. Guillermo predicting that double Protect and going for that Electro Shot, even without the rain, that means it is just going to get that +1 to its special attack this turn. And maybe Guillermo is going to be able to get that damage out, or at least get enough damage out into the Gengar, so that maybe he can switch his Pokemon out before that Perish Song goes out and both the Whimsicott and the Archeliodon faint.
I feel like even though that's a really good read there, the double Protect's coming, you go for that Electro Shot. It does leave the Archeliodon now vulnerable to this Rage Powder that's just come out. You can go for the Encore on that Gengar as much as you like. If you're not dealing damage to these two Pokemon, you're not making any headway.
Ooh.
The Gengar actually getting the double Protect from the Encore, but thanks to that Rage Powder, it does not really matter here. Other than the fact that it means it can't Protect again the next turn. But
yeah, so I was just going to say that's actually not something that Christian necessarily wants to see. You want the Protect to fail there, because it means that next turn your Protect is actually going to go off, whereas now that Protect is likely not going to go off. Sinister likely with the option to pull out another Rage Powder to keep the Gengar safe for that final turn of the Perish Song. Whimsicott won't be redirected by the Rage Powder, but probably isn't threatening a massive damage output with a Moonblast into a Poison type.
At this point, we're up to the last turn of Perish Song as well, so the Gengar probably doesn't want to be sticking around anyway. Something like a Rage Powder just to keep the Incineroar safe, and switching that Gengar out to make sure that you have 2 Pokemon left against just the Incineroar that is in the back for Guillermo. While you probably won't have the faster Fake Out if the speed interactions line up with what we saw earlier, they can't Fake Out a Gengar. They want to be dealing damage, so it kind of pressures you into, look, you can Fake Out the Incineroar, but then you're copying a Shadow Ball. It's that late game, that end game that Christian has planned for so well here. Once he was able to finally maneuver himself into a position where a healthy Gengar could click that Perish Song.
Yeah, for sure. But we do need to consider as well, there is a win condition that we haven't spoken about, and that is the time. So we only have 3.5 minutes of total game time remaining, but also it appears that Christian has less than a minute of his own time remaining. If his time runs out, I believe he just loses the game. So while he has been able to get Guillermo down to 1 Pokemon versus his remaining 3, or remaining 2, Sinister also being taken out by the Perish Song. He's going to be having to click his buttons pretty quickly in order to actually be able to win this game.
I think this is a situation where this end game is something that Christian has planned heavily for. He's worked hard to get himself to this position. And I think that at this point forward, you know what you have to do. Christian's been taking his turns very carefully, but he's taken that time already. He doesn't need to continue taking that time, but as you said, it is cracking down super quickly. You really need to be going for it. It's actually jumped down to 11 seconds. So I think the animations are counting towards that time. So it might actually be that Christian is running out of time here. He goes straight for that protect on the Gengar. The Tailwind is up, so he doesn't want to risk any hits coming out, but instead going for the double protect, making sure that fake out or anything that comes out here doesn't go off, but it might be too little too late. As you were saying, that timer is so low now.
Yeah, down to 3 seconds. He's going to have to be clicking whatever move pops up. And it'll be interesting to see because if he's not able to take out the Incineroar this turn, he might not have the time to play 2 more turns.
Yeah, it's interesting they're going for the double protect. I feel like in that situation, you want to go for the fake out Shadow Ball. Not only are you so low on time, but you don't want to be double protecting there. You want to be proactively doing as much as you can with the little amount of time that you have. But this is all going to come down to, I believe, how much this Throat Chop can do. And with the Intimidate on the Incineroar,
it's not enough.
It's not enough there. But it looks like with 0 seconds on the clock, we're still going. I don't quite know the mechanics of how this will play out just yet with Champions. So it's going to be interesting to see.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, for me personally, I've certainly never encountered a time loss in Champions so far from having played it in the past week. So I'm also not entirely sure how it works when it considers that. But there's a Throat Chop coming out. It looks like Christian is still in the game. The game hasn't called it just yet. Throat Chop is going to pick up the Gengar there.
But is it going to pick up the Incineroar?
Out.
It is.
It is. It's going to knock out
Christian Masadi getting the game 1 win with 0 seconds on the clock across 2 turns. That's incredible.
Yeah, that was really
amazing.
really impressive. I think after this is all over, I'm actually going to go and test what it looks like when a player loses to time, because I'm really not sure exactly what that looks like and when the game calls it. But clearly Christian was able to pick his moves quickly enough that he was at least able to pull it out in that particular game, finally pick it up with that Throat Chop. If that Throat Chop wasn't able to get that damage though, that would have been a different story, I think.
Yeah, that Intimidate that came down at the end was really important. We saw that it meant that Shadow Ball and the initial Throat Chop wasn't enough to KO, and it made the second Throat Chop pretty close. That could have been one of those damage rolls that could go either way. But as I was saying, Christian really planned out that end game, really to the turn that the game ended. I think there was about 5 or 6 turns that he'd spent a few turns setting up and then kind of theorizing that this is how this next sequence of turns should go. And he played it well. He may have taken a little bit too much time to get to that point to come to those plans, but he was able to finish it up. I'd really like to see some more offense come out from Guillaume's side this time. He needs to get that damage going, but there's also an adjustment coming out here from Christian. There's that Como that we were talking about in team preview.
Yeah, so Como and Sneasler, adjustment from Christian's side of the field, whereas Guillaume still with the Incineroar and the Gengar. Notably, the Como is the Overcoat ability. If it was bulletproof, it would have actually been in a very good spot here, given that both Sludge Bomb and Shadow Ball are considered bullet moves, which wouldn't impact a bulletproof Como. But fortunately for Guillaume, he doesn't need to consider that for this particular Como matchup due to the Overcoat ability. Instead, it will be interesting to see, once again, Gengar quite safe in front of that Sneasler. Sneasler, the only move that it can actually use to hit the Gengar is that Dire Claw, which is going to be resisted by Gengar's Poison typing. Como probably looking to set up here, but we are going to see the Mega Evolution come out from the Gengar on Guillaume's side of the field. and it is going to be a fake out coming out from Christian's side, just preventing that Incineroar from getting out his own fake out. Critical hit there on the fake out. Not doing a whole heap, but every little counts. And there is the Icy Wind coming out from the Gengar, hitting both Pokemon on Christian's side of the field, dealing super effective damage to the Kommo and allowing the Guillermo to get some more speed control there. Clangorous Soul coming out as expected. There was a setup on the Kommo, setting up all of its stats, getting that Omni boost, as it's called, and reducing its own HP as the cost.
Yeah, really showing that this is the situation where Guillermo's choice of coverage move on Gengar shines. Getting that -1 speed onto this Kommo as it tries to boost its speed, just guaranteeing that Gengar is still going to be outspeeding it, and also breaking the focus sash on the Sneasler while dropping its speed. You're not giving it an unburden boost in any capacity. It's really, really good. And that Icy Wind damage, while not doing the most, when stacked up with that Clangorous Soul, it's just going to start adding up and adding up.
Ooh,
And it looks like this Kommo
the
is
critical
going to
hit.
definitely get stacked up there. It is going to get critical hit. And through those boosts, Kommo goes down. And it looks like, based off these leads, that was Christian's big plan for this game. I'm going to deal damage, I'm going to set up early, and I'm going to do as much damage as possible. But Kommo off the field now, not able to do that damage anymore.
Yeah, so we see Pelipper coming out, not a Pokemon that Guillermo actually brought in Game 1, but clearly trying to adjust and bring some more of that rain mode. Diaclaw going out into what was the Incineroar, instead hitting the Pelipper. It is going to break that focus sash, but otherwise not going to do a whole heap of damage. And then we do see Christian's Gengar come out from his side of the field.
Yeah, an interesting interaction there as well. Even at the -2 speed, the Sneasler was actually underspeeding Incineroar there, which meant that the Pelipper came in and had its focus sash broken. We didn't see any secondary effects coming out from that Sneasler, but having that focus sash gone is really, really big. And we see a return the Mega Gengar on Christian's side of the field this time. It'll be very interesting to see which of these Pokemon moves first. It's Christian's Gengar going for the Shadow Ball, just enough to pick up that Pelipper and get it off the field for good.
Yeah, so Pelipper has been taken down. It'd be interesting to see if maybe it's already done what it's needed to. It has set that rain. Guillermo's Gengar going into Christian's Gengar, picking up that one-hit knockout with that Shadow Ball. Very, very strong hit. This time, Guillermo did not have the drop on the Gengar from the parting shot, and is just able to pick up that one-hit knockout. Diaclaw coming out, doing very, very little, and it doesn't appear like any of Diaclaw's statuses are going to go off. And there's the forfeit right there. So Christian clearly deciding my Mega's been taken out. Sneasler's not in a good spot. Kommo got taken out. I'm done for here.
Yeah, it was really interesting there because I feel like if that turn plays out a little differently, then that whole game swings on its head. We see in those situations a lot of the time, most Gengar, unless they are opting to be very bulky, opt to try to be max speed. That at least gives you a chance to speed tie with opposing Mega Gengar and potentially move first. We saw Christian's Gengar move first there, go for that Shadow Ball, but we didn't see the Shadow Ball go into Guillermo's Gengar. Instead, it opted to take out the Pelipper. If that had gone into Guillermo's Mega Gengar there and been able to get the KO on it, the results immediately flip, because then that means that with the reverse Mega gone, it's such a different board position, and it's really kind of one of the interesting things to always see between these Gengar teams. A lot of the time, if you can be the first person to take down the opposing Gengar, that gives you so much freedom to move and freedom for the game that it often just leads to a win like it did there. We saw in game 1, once Guillermo lost his Gengar, it was just a matter of time before Christian could reposition himself and get into that leading position. And we saw it just then. It wasn't so much of a build up to a leading position, more as I take your Gengar, I take the game, thank you very much. So it's going to be interesting to see if Christian is still happy to go for that Kommo mode after what happened game 2, or if he's going to revert to more of a game 1 situation, which we see another adjustment from both players. Guillermo going for that tail in, making sure his Gengar is going to be moving first from now on.
Yeah, so it looks like Christian opting for the lead that he brought in game 1 with that Gengar and that Sneasler, whereas Guillermo mixing it up with the Whimsicott and the Gengar. Very interesting to see what goes on here. Christian might opt to keep his Gengar safe this particular turn from Guillermo's Gengar to not have a repeat of what happened last game. But then you've also got to consider that if you click Protect in front of that Whimsicott, you're in a bad spot. Whether, Christian decides to go for that protect, whether Christian decides to just switch out, as he has done there. Looks like that's what he's going for. And there is the Incineroar, clearly expecting maybe a Shadow Ball going into that slot, bringing in the Dark Tide to resist that hit.
Yeah, so you have to consider which I think Christian definitely has here. Christian has the potential and the pressure to fake out the opposing Whimsicott. There's no covert cloak, so it's definitely fake outable. So you really want to try to protect that option as best you can. You want to make sure you can Tailwind and swing with your Gengar the next turn if you can, but it's actually a Dire Claw coming out onto the Whimsicott here. There's no fake out in sight, so even with that light screen up, which will likely protect things from some of those Gengar hits later in the game, there is no longer that speed control option here. Christian making sure that, look, even if I get this slightly wrong and you do go for just a Tailwind Shadow Ball, my Incineroar's happy to take that. But now we're back to one of these situations where Incineroar's hit the field, the opposing Incineroar's hit the field, and we're back where there's a pivot on each side, but there's only a trap on one side. But with the Pokemon advantage in his favor, Christian could possibly start looking to set up another Perish endgame like he did in Game 1.
Yeah, so it looks like we're going to see a double protect from Christian's side of the field. Just keeping it safe from fake outs. Clearly the right call there, as we are going to see the Icy Wind come out as well. Guillermo trying to get some speed control that he wasn't able to get from the Whimsicott, as Tailwind didn't go up before the Whimsicott went down. So Icy Wind being that secondary option for that speed control. Christian just opting for that double protect, allow it to move this turn without the problems of the fake out. There is the Icy Wind going off though, as it is going to pop that Focus Sash from the Sneasler, and it's going to do a little bit of damage to the Incineroar, but Sneasler's still moving first, even with that -1 speed. It's not quite going to pick up the Incineroar thanks to that -1 from the Intimidate, but it's going to come quite close. Throat Chop going out into Christian's Incineroar there, doing a little bit of damage, but probably not a whole heap. Throat Chop coming out from Christian's Incineroar, dealing more than half to the Gengar there.
Yeah, you can see Christian learning from Game 1 there, making sure that, look, there's a good chance you're going for a Throat Chop instead of a fake out. Sorry, just a Throat Chop here to stop me from getting that parting shot off. I'm going to make sure that I'm not going to risk not doing anything this turn. If you Throat Chop me, I'm going to make sure I get some damage down, and that Gengar goes to under half, and the Incineroar is now so low. While this position right now may be kind of a better situation for Guillermo, it's really not going to continue being that way. He's got his Mega out, he's got that trap set up, but you don't want to be in this situation. You're at a point where much more damage comes out, you're losing your Gengar, you're losing your Incineroar, and if that happens and Gengar just comes in and sets up a Perish Trap, that's almost definitely going to be game over. You really need to be able to dish out the damage, and there's that Pelipper coming in again. It was here Game 2. Didn't get to do much, unfortunately, but that that parting shot, making sure that Gengar survives this turn, a really big play, but with only the Pelipper being so healthy, like both the Gengar and Incineroar are in the red now, it's going to be a very tough hill for Guillermo to climb now.
It certainly is, but you've also got to consider that the Christian's Pokemon are not able to switch thanks to that trapping coming out from the Mega Gengar. Pelipper can throw out a massive Weather Ball into this Incineroar to pick out the knockout there, and Christian Sneasler did just use a Protect, so maybe Guillermo might just try to swing some damage into it like it is doing here. There is a Shadow Ball coming out that is going to pick out the knockout thanks to the defense drops that Sneasler incurred when it used that close combat. So it's going to pick up the knockout, and there's the Weather Ball coming out, boosted by the rain, that additional damage. That's going to do a lot of damage, and that's going to be 2 knockouts coming out from Guillermo's side of the field. So a fantastic position for Guillermo to find himself in.
Yeah, so Guillermo really positioning himself around what was a really tough situation. That Pelipper being able to come in and really keeping that Throat Chop pressure up on the opposing Incineroar just meant there wasn't a pivot available. And that last parting shot just allowing Gengar to barely hang on was absolutely huge. But at the same time, these are still a lot of still very low HP Pokemon, whereas the Gengar and the Sinistcha over on Christian's side of the field are at full HP. There is that disable potential from Christian's side as well. Guillermo's Gengar last move was Shadow Ball, and that's really what you want to be clicking here. You could be going for Sludge Bombs, you could be going for Icy Winds, but it's low enough that something like a Disable and a Machagacha could potentially pick up the KO on this Gengar, and if that happens, you really don't have the firepower in the back, especially in rain, to be going finishing this game out. But there it is. There's that disable. The Shadow Ball was disabled, and it does look like Guillaume went for that Shadow Ball, does not manage to get it off. Pelipper going for a Hurricane. Is the Sinistra able to hang on from this hit? It hangs on 3 HP. That is a
3
huge
hit
survival
points
there from Christian, but the confusion could spell disaster.
Yeah, certainly, because so there is the confusion. Sinistra is still going to be able to get that Machagacha off, and that is going to hit the Gengar. Gengar is going to hang on there on 1 hit point, so it is going to be there for another turn. But there's a question of what can it actually achieve here, considering it has had its Shadow Ball disabled. So that was massive for Christian to be able to win that speed tie. We are assuming here that each of these Gengars are trained to be maximum speed. And if they are, the fact that the...
consistently seen Christians move first.
Okay, well, maybe there's something we don't know about the speed tiers, but either way, Guillermo losing that access to the Shadow Ball, pretty brutal in front of these 2 Ghost types. But there is an Icy Wind coming out, and it looks like, maybe there is that speed tie after all.
Yep.
Icy Wind decreasing the speed of both of those Pokemon. Shadow Ball coming out into the Pelipper, that is going to pick out the knockout there.
Making Gengar so powerful, able
so
to
strong.
still outspeed after the -1.
Yeah, for sure. And then there's the Machagacha that is going to pick up that 1 hit point on the Gengar, and so it is going to bring it down to Incineroar versus a Sinistra and a Gengar.
Yeah, so even with this lowered speed, we saw the Gengar moving before that Pelipper, which was really crucial there. You can't really afford to take a Weather Ball on your Gengar or another Hurricane on your Sinistra at that point in the game, but because it was still outspeeding the Pelipper, it's pretty safe to assume you're very likely to be moving before this Incineroar as well. But there are 2 Pokemon. The Intimidate's not going to take effect here. You need to be hitting as hard as you can, but Rage Powder is so safe now. If 1 Shadow Ball is not going to do it, you can almost guarantee that 2 are.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you'd think in this position, if the Incineroar was on full HP, I think this would be a drastically different game. Christian would be scrambling to try to get through it before the Incineroar was able to get through everything. But unfortunately for Guillermo, considering that Incineroar has already taken a lot of damage, Christian's in a pretty comfortable spot to just fire off those Shadow Balls. And there it is. The first one's going to pick it up. And if it didn't, the second one definitely would have done.
Yeah, so that was such a swingy game. Congratulations to Christian for coming out on top there. That was a really well-played set from both players, but I kind of want to focus on that Game 3 here. That Game 3, it was so back and forth. In the early game, we saw Christian really take off. Christian taking the lead, dealing so much damage, getting everything, pretty much everything, either KO'd or down in the red. The turn 1 KO on Whimsicott was huge, and then the Incineroar taking the close combat, it's immediately down to almost no HP. The Gengar then going so low as well, thanks to the 2 throat chops. But then Guillaume, really nice pivot, really nicely timed turns. He got that parting shot, which allowed the Gengar to survive and got the Pelipper in a situation where Sneasler is chipped. It doesn't have his focus sash. It's slower than it normally would be. Incineroar is trapped on the field. It tried to get the KO on the Gengar the previous turn and it couldn't. So you're in a prime position to just go Shadow Ball, bang, Weather Ball, bang, get 2 knockouts, be in a great position to kind of pull it back. But the thing was that there was so much damage dished out from Christian's side of the field. There was only the Pelipper that was able to remain healthy. The Gengar was super low. We saw it just able to survive a Machagacha, but the speed interactions, we weren't sure if it was a speed tie or if Christian's was faster. We'd only seen Christian's Gengar move first so far, but then on that second turn, we got the Shadow Ball coming out from the Icy Wind coming out from Guillaume's side of the field, making sure that, look, I'm going to at least try to get as much damage on this Sinistcha as I can. I'm going to get as much damage on this Gengar as I can, and if my Gengar is still here, I'm going to move first. But it was still able to move before the Pelipper, which is the big thing. As soon as the Pelipper went down to that Shadow Ball, as soon as the Pelipper wasn't able to get off another big attack, it just spelled disaster for Guillaume from there. And the Sinistcha was able to break through its confusions, break through the not 100% perfect accuracy of Machagacha, get that KO on the 1 HP Gengar, and bring it down to a 2v1 against such a low HP Incin, which normally if it was a bit healthier, it actually would have had a pretty good chance of winning the game against a Sinistchar and a Gengar.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Especially when you look at those particular sets that Christian was running, having that Perish song and the protect on the Sinister as well. The moves that each Pokemon had access to were somewhat limited, and everything that Christian would have been throwing out into that Incineroar would have been resisted by either the fire typing or the dark typing. But fortunately, that Sneasel Close Combat earlier in the game was able to get the Incineroar to a position where it was able to get taken out by that Shadow Ball. Definitely a full health Incineroar would have made that a vastly different game. But I think it really did come down to that speed tie in the end game with that Disable. I think if Guillermo had been able to fire off that Shadow Ball, and I would assume, based on the Hurricane, that it was theoretically targeted into the opposing Gengar, which, as we'd seen from previous games, would have taken it out. But even if it was fired into the Sinistcha, it still would have put Guillermo in a much better position. But unfortunately, Christian's Gengar being able to move first, picking up that Disable, preventing that Shadow Ball from going off, was what allowed Christian to clinch the game in his favor.
Well, I think one thing that I kind of want to, I think, point out, we'd love for the people that are watching this to, one, get a good show, experience it, see, we want to show off the talent that we've got, but we also want the people that are watching to be able to learn from the games that they're watching, kind of figure out maybe some things that they could adjust in their gameplay. So I kind of want to point out a difference between this game 3 and one of our games earlier on in the day between Yoav and Luke, where Luke was also running that Disable Mega Gengar. At the end of game 2, one of the things that Yoav was really carefully doing was he was switching between moves carefully so that Disable wouldn't trap him. Because Disable is one of those moves that if you get one turn wrong, where you just don't get to move at all, it can be really, really dire. But we could see earlier, Yoav was like, okay, look, if I'm going for this move this turn, then next turn, just to make sure I get something off, I'll go for it. I'll switch it up just so I don't get disabled. If that had been something that happened in this set between Guillaume and Christian, if in that situation when Christian did happen to win the speed tie, which we weren't quite sure if it was or not, but we had seen Christian move first. So it's safe to say that Guillaume knows the speed of his Gengar, and he'd be able to look at that and go, look, if his is moving first, normally I would be. So I can assume it's a speed tie. In case of that, going for something there like either a sludge bomb into the Sinistcha or just an icy wind to make sure you're moving first next turn would have been really, really big, rather than risking, if I lose the speed tie here, I could just get disabled on the spot. And it's one of those situations where it's not always going to come into effect. Like you said, Guillaume could have won the speed tie there. His Shadow Ball gone off, Disable come down, and the game ends in Guillaume's favor. But it's one of those things where it can happen, and making those little adjustments to your play can absolutely be the difference between winning a game and losing a game. And in this case, winning a set and losing a set. It was still really impressive play all throughout that set from Guillaume. I don't want to take away from that at all. I kind of want to note one of these situations where you could change up your play a little bit. But like Guillaume's adjustment to game 2 was really good. He made the plays that he needed to. He went on the offense, which was really important because we saw how pivotal it was to Christian's game plan to be able to maneuver himself, position himself. That's what these Perish teams do so well. And Guillaume just made a really good adjustment game 2. He had it in a really good kind of position in game 3. He'd gotten himself to that spot, but it was just that crucial turn, I think, where it was the Disable and the Shadow Ball that really just kind of ended the game for him there.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, yeah, like you shouted out, great play from both players. They both played excellently. It was great to watch how two players use those Rain Mega Gengar teams so differently to one another. But right now, we're going to cut to a quick break, and we will be back shortly to bring you the last match of the day.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. We're here for our final round of our Champions Invitational, and I am finally joined by Masto. Masto, how are we doing, man?
Oh, we're doing quite well actually. It was did get to watch you and Mark show off the wonderful set that we had in round 4, including what I think was discussed as potentially a visual bug on the timer in the game 1 there. Pretty
Yeah,
interesting to
so
see that despite the bugs that we have currently, Pokemon keeps adding more bug types into the game. So it's pretty cool stuff.
yeah, no, it was very interesting. So from what it looked like, Christian had a bit more time than our spectator mode was telling us he had. I know it said that he was on 0 seconds for I think 2 turns at the end there, but he just had enough time to be able to squeak in those last few moves and lock up that game line. But man, what a set that was! Like a really intense 3 game set that really showed the power of in a few of those games, the power of positioning and kind of that long game. Um, in comparison to just sheer damage in that second game.
Yeah, positioning is always very tough to do against a Mega Gengar, yet alone like facing an opposing Mega Gengar. So it was a really strong showcase of what both of those trainers were able to showcase with us for round 4. But we can dive in a bit more to that. We've got one more round to cast. We have got Chloe Burke versus Drew Bliss for the last round here. So I think we should just dive right into it. I believe we've got Chloe's team up there first. Henry, if you want to take the realms on that one.
Yeah, so both Chloe and Drew have been very known for their probably a little unorthodox teams that you wouldn't standardly seeing a player using. But I'm super excited about Chloe's team here. So Chloe, obviously a fantastic player, top 4 Auckland Special Event, top 16 Sydney just a short time ago, and made day 2 at EUIC this season as well. Running a Mega we haven't got to showcase today, which is Mega Blastoise. Mega Blastoise are one of the few Pokemon that still has access to Water Spout. A lot of people have been running it very differently. Some people running it with Rain, some people running it with Tailwind, but Chloe's decided to combine that Rain with Trick Room this time. For Farigiraf, such a good Trick Room setter and stopping those big priority moves that can stop, or less stop and more mitigate those big moves like Water Spout, Eruption, making sure you can still hit at full power, and then even Rain Dance on that for Farigiraf to make sure, look, if I can get Trick Room up next to this Blastoise, I can go fake out Trick Room, get that speed order reversed, and then go Rain Dance and big Water Spouts. And then rounding it off with a super solid Rain Core. We've seen Pelipper, we've seen Basculegion, they are so good together. Sinistchar just to keep that HP up on the Blastoise as well as redirect away any attacks. And King Gambit, opposing Sinistchar can be very troublesome for this team. King Gambit, that big dark typing, is really nice to round out this team and make sure that anything that could kind of hinder the Blastoise, King Gambit can deal with.
Yeah, it's looking very strong as well. The archetype, especially the fact that you could lead your fake out setter and your trick room setter as well, not being able to be too pressured by it, and then being able to go immediately on the offense. We see that the Farigiraf there has Rain Dance as well. Generally on these kind of teams, you would imagine that the Farigiraf would be faster than the Blastoise in the trick room setting, so once the trick room goes up, you can get the Rain Dance Water Spout off if the opportunity arises as well, potentially covering for something like a something mega like a Mega Frostlass, Mega Charizard Y, or a Mega Tyranitar, being able to reset that weather. Also covers a switch in as well if you switch in something like a Torkoal or an Alolan Ninetales as well, the possibility for that there as well. So it'll be interesting to see how that goes out, but it is a very strong team. I know a lot of people from personal experience, other trainers and stuff, just going, oh, I really struggle against Mega Blastoise Farigiraf. So Chloe might potentially show us why that is the case. But on the other side of the coin, we have Drew Bliss here. Now, Henry, did you know that after Drew's win at Sydney, they decided to add the Zoroark line into Champions?
Oh, really? I hadn't heard about that, but look, it does make sense. We want Drew to be able to flourish at full capacity.
Well, it was a lie, but could you imagine if that was true? That'd be pretty awesome. But Drew is three of the Pokemon you would have seen on his regional winning team: the Hisuian Zoroark, the Whimsicott, and the King Gambit. He's very comfortable with those 3 Pokemon. With the Hisuian Zoroark just being able to play that so well and sort of introduce some mind games a bit as well. With the Whimsicott on lead, it does have option to have that Psychic to be able to get a cheeky run in front and be able to one-shot opposing Sneasler. Unfortunately, Chloe's one of the few teams that doesn't have Sneasler in this showcasing, so a little bit unfortunate for that cheeky tech in there, but definitely still has some tools at its disposal as well. Swords Dance, King Gambit, very nice with the 2 dark moves there. Just being able to threaten on some big damage. It'll look to threaten some big damage on the board onto Chloe's team as well. A lot of things there, like the Basque Legion, Sinister, and the Farigiraf, all 3 weak to dark. Don't really want to take those boosted Kowtow Cleaves, or I guess not in Farigiraf's case, but the other 2 potentially Sucker Punch as well. We go back to basically what are the glues on teams in the Champions metagame? The White Herbs Sneasler, just with the 2 stab attacks, the same type of attack bonus moves in Close Combat Diaclaw with Fake Out Protect as well. And 2 new megas as well. This will count for, I believe it's 11 different megas across 10 trainers, which is really exciting to see, the mega diversity that we've had today. In the form of Mega Kangaskhan, something that a lot of people from previous days know all about, this time without Power Up Punch, so it's not going to set up and go absolutely rampant, but it does still have options to some fighting moves as well in exchange for that. So it's a big normal type attacker with a very sizable amount of bulk. And to round it out, Mega Charizard Y, the first Mega Charizard Y we've actually seen on stream today, which is pretty interesting. I figured we would see more of it. Charizard Sun's generally one of those megas that will be like, right, what's something easy to use? Charizard does a lot of damage and sets up the sun and clicks some big heat waves and weather balls and gets immediate solar beams. We'll throw that on there. So that is pretty much the wrap of Drew's team. It looks like they're going to be getting into the game relatively shortly. But it'll be interesting to see how how potential sun modes potentially goes up against the manual rain that can be set from the Farigiraf here, Henry.
It's a really interesting situation. We've seen a lot of rain today. We haven't seen any sand. We haven't seen any hail. Well, snow as it now is. But we've only seen sun in the form of Torkoal, and this is our first proper weather war. We're going to see rain going up against sun, but this Whimsicott, unlike a lot of these Charizard Y teams, isn't carrying Sunny Day, whereas the Farigiraf, as we were talking about, has that manual rain mode. It's also Tailwind versus Trick Room. We see that Drew has his slower mode that he can go with. There's that King Gambit, there's that Kangaskhan, but it's going to be interesting to see how he kind of meshes this together, because those Trick Room turns are going to be so overwhelming. Rain boosted water spouts, Farigiraf going for attacks, even the King Gambit as well. And once that all ends, there's going to be a Basque Legion more than likely. But here's those leads. As we were talking about, that really powerful combination of Farigiraf and Blastoise up against the Whimsicott and the Kangaskhan. Both players pressuring Fake Out here, but Chloe has that defense from that in that Farigiraf.
Yeah, so really nice Fake Out protection there for the Blastoise there, being able to allow it to pressure Fake Out while not being prone to Fake Out itself. I do believe, of note, that I believe Drew's Kangaskhan is scrappy, so that gives it the ability to fake out ghost types. However, due to it not being in a focus, it is also prone to be getting faked out in a position like this, where if it doesn't Mega Evolve, it'll be kind of stuck with it. But a switch has been elected to be made straight into the King Gambit onto the turn 1 here, as we see Chloe Mega Evolve her Blastoise, just going straight in to get as much... just get itself battle ready as possible. There's no need for it to stay in base form. As it goes for the Fake Out there, it goes for the Fake Out into the King Gambit, so Drew covering that switch in relatively nicely. The Whimsicott is... Oh my god, he's done it again!
Evidently not a Whimsicott.
That is not a Whimsicott at all, so we've got the Hisuian Zoroark again, getting good chip there, and the Farigiraf going for the Trick Room there. So the King Gambit switch in feels good here, Henry.
Yeah, so it's a really interesting position here. Drew getting off a bit of damage. It's what you want against these big water spouting Pokemon. Any amount of damage is going to reduce that. But the King Gambit switch there, really, really good. It could have been hit by something like an Aura Sphere, but that Fake Out is so important on that turn 1. But King Gambit, it's so slow. I can't say that I quite know my Mega Blastoise to King Gambit speed tiers too well. There's a good chance that this King Gambit is actually slower than this Blastoise. It might be able to deal some big damage before the Blastoise gets a chance to go for those full-powered water spouts. King Gambit on Drew's side, just going for that Protect. There is that Aura Sphere there as well, making sure that, look, I'm going to do as much as I can to mitigate as much of this damage as I can, as it's just a Psychic coming out from the Farigiraf going down onto this Zoroark here. Zoroark finally being revealed. Not going down, though, an Aura Sphere rather than a Water Spout going into that Kingambit. A really nice protect there from Drew.
Yeah, very solid protect there. Knowing that the Zoroark is Focus Sash, so it does force a double attack into that one. Drew looking to call that out, going, I don't believe the double attack's coming out. I think Kingambit's exerting a little bit too much pressure, where I feel like Blastoise would be required to throw out an Aura Sphere its way just to be able to look at clearing it off the board. Because Chloe, even though only one switch has been made, Chloe knows all 4 of Drew's Pokemon in this game. One, Whimsicott naturally being in the back as it was shown being eluded, and the other being the Kangaskhan that switched out turn 1 here. So we are going to see Sinistcha come in exchange for the Farigiraf. Blastoise getting a little bit healthy, maybe can have a look at helping to take a potential Kowtow Cleave that comes out from Kingambit. Naturally, it will all depend on how the Kingambit is trained. And as we do see there, the Kowtow Cleave comes out there. Oh, and it lives! That was a crit as well. And the Aura Sphere comes out, and that Sinistcha actually made the difference because of the critical hit, covering for it, and having Chloe be able to knock out Drew's Kingambit.
Yeah, so a really, really big survival there. Such a good switch from Chloe there, making sure that that Blastoise is as healthy as it can be, recognizing, look, Farigiraf's great, but a little bit of damage isn't going to go far here. Priority protection isn't going to go far here. I need that health and that Aura Sphere coming out, getting the K on the Kingambit, which arguably in this matchup is probably the biggest thing that Chloe needs to deal with. Blastoise just hanging on, but Fake Out is back on board. There is a Farigiraf lurking in the back, but this Blastoise doesn't really want to be hanging around right now. It wants to come in later when it might be able to get some healing from that Sinistcha, but the Sinistcha is also just in a really nice position here to start going for some Mancha Gutchas. Even if it is kind of negligible damage, very small damage, any damage stacks up over the time. You have the burn chance. You just want to make sure that your Blastoise, if you're going to sack it here, it might just be to a Fake Out, but it's actually the Sinistcha switching it out. So if there is a Fake Out coming out here, Chloe's not going to let that happen. Blastoise may be wanting to get off just a bit of last-ditch damage before it goes down.
Yeah, even if it's something as simple as an Aura Sphere into that Mega Kangaskhan, with that Mega Launcher ability, it is just going to do like a lot of damage. As you can see, that's taking it all the way down, even hitting it into the red. Like, that is just a big hit. And the double attack going into the Farigiraf, yeah, it'll look like it'll take it out.
This might be enough to KO the Kangaskhan to its recoil.
Yeah, exactly what I'm thinking as well. Oh, a near live once again on 3 hit points. The Moonblast coming out there onto the Blastoise, taking it out. So Drew does have Pokemon advantage at the moment there. However, the Pokemon in the back is a weakened Hisuian Zoroark. Both of Chloe's Pokemon are still quite fresh. The Kangaskhan is on 3 hit points. The Whimsicott is still hanging around, but if it is something like a Sinistcha Kingambit, that could be quite nasty, and that is what the case is.
Kingambit.
Yeah,
so Kingambit, so threatening right now.
Yeah, it does allude to Chloe's earlier play of looking to try and prioritize taking out Drew's Kingambit, because looking at what was left, the Farigiraf, the Sinistcha, and the Kingambit, there wasn't really any tools there that would allow Chloe to be able to take out Drew's Kingambit, with the exception of that Mega Blastoise. So, even though there is no rain here coming out here from Chloe, and just more of a Trick Room focus mode, and there was no Charizard coming out from Drew end, because obviously there was a lot of pressure coming out there in regards of Chloe having manual rain and of course the ability to switch in raid as well. The positioning here is pretty
as
interesting.
Well.
Yeah,
because the Kangaskhan does have access to Drain Punch, which, while it's very low on HP, if you can kind of position yourself around to potentially get off a Drain Punch, whoa, there's the Whimsicott going down in one hit to an Iron Head, but Machigacha is a move that can miss. This Kangaskhan trying to take an opportunity, but not quite finding it. Machigacha more than enough to take down the Kangaskhan as it's left on that 1 HP. Chloe finishing out Trick Room really nicely here, and there's just a Zoroark left in the back. Its sash is broken. It only has attacking moves. This Kingambit is definitely able to lock up that game. Drew recognizing that, calling the concession there, and moving on to planning for Game 2. Paul, what would you like to see come out of Drew for a Game 2, potential Game 2 adjustment here?
It'll be interesting to see, but it's also pretty tough to see because the lead of the Blastoise Farigiraf is definitely like very tough. But it's also, on the other hand, it's very tough to justify bringing the Mega Charizard Y when you've got not only like the rain from the Farigiraf that can come out as well, and a lot of Farigirafs are trained to be able to take the weather balls and heat waves that come out from Charizards. There's also just the Pelipper as well, and the Basculegion as well. The Basculegion being Choice Scarf will be able to allow it to jump the Charizard and be able to hit it with a Wave Crash. And a rain boosted adaptability Wave Crash comes out with incredibly strong power into a lot of Drew's team. So it'll be interesting to see. Because Drew's teams generally are built in such a way that not everyone can sort of pick up and play those teams. So if there's anyone that can find a way into potentially weaving through and be able to get a game 2 or game 3 out of it, it potentially is Drew. But just the way how Chloe was able to focus the correct priorities there with the 4 Pokemon that she had, it is definitely going to make it tough for Drew.
I think the thing that we need to see from Drew here, I think he brought the correct 4 Pokemon. You could make an argument for Sneasler over Whimsicott, but I think he's at least definitely supposed to bring the Kingambit, the Kangaskhan, and the Zoroark, but the thing he needs to prioritize is getting rid of that Blastoise before he loses Kang. Kangaskhan is so good for him. Once the Blastoise is down, you can't risk taking such big damage from an Aura Sphere because you've got the Drain Punch to deal with the Kingambit. You've got your own Kingambit to start dealing with the Farigiraf and the Sinistcha. It's just that Mega Blastoise that you really have to try to bust through as early as you can. He had the right idea there, just trying to get down as much damage on it with that Zoroark turn 1. But he's really got to focus that Blastoise down, as we do see a slight adjustment here. One of these could be something that it doesn't appear to be, but he's threatening so much damage from the get-go here, which I think is a really nice adjustment from him.
Yeah, this is a much more threatening lead offensively wise from Drew's end, because depending on how Chloe wants to look at putting that fake out, if it is what we expect it to be, a fake out could go into Kangaskhan. The Kangaskhan can flinch, but that allows the Kingambit to open up for a potential Swords Dance. If there's no fake out, or if it goes into Kingambit, there could be a Mega Kangaskhan double edge coming out the Blastoise way. The Blastoise doesn't really want to take that damage. It'll do quite a lot there. But we can know for certainty that it is Mega Kangaskhan and not a Zoroark in that slot there for Drew. So we'll see what happens in regards to Blastoise targeting, whether it wants to fake out or whether it just calls out of play, looking to know that it could probably take a double edge and maybe just throw off an immediate Aura Sphere into the Kingambit here.
Yeah, an Aura Sphere here into the Kingambit, which, as it turns out, if this is an Aura Sphere into the Kingambit, I think Drew's going to be okay with that. But Kangaskhan showing why it was once so dominant and can still be now. Double Edge plus the Hyper Voice, more than enough to pick up the KO on that Farigiraf and stop Trick Room entirely. And there's the Blastoise going for that Aura Sphere into what looks like the Kingambit, but we now know to be that Zoroark. A really, really good play from Drew there.
That is probably the best open Drew could have asked for into the game 2 going into that lead. Nullifying an Aura Sphere turn, and knowing that the Kingambit is threatening the back as well, denying Trick Room as well, at least from the Farigiraf. The Sinistcha does have the option to go for that Trick Room. Mega Kangaskhan doesn't really have the option to look at threatening damage into it. However, the Blastoise set does not have Protect, so there is a possibility that there can be some moves thrown out of the Blastoise's way as well. The Sinistcha is sort of like picked between, do I get up the Trick Room and like switch out the Blastoise, or do I Rage Powder and potentially go for something like that Water Spout coming out there as well? There's a few options here, and it'll depend on what each of these trainers would like to lock in for. It'll be interesting to see how Chloe adapts to that rather unfortunate turn 1.
Yeah, I think it's one of those situations where if Chloe wants to get Trick Room up, she's going to have to make a sacrifice. Whether that's damage on her Blastoise, or maybe switching into something like that Kingambit to take a potential Double Edge or Kowtow Cleave. But at the same time, there is a Kingambit there. You'd rather just deal with it now. And I think if you can get an Aura Sphere off on the Kingambit, off on the it's messing with me now. This Zoroark. The Zoroark going straight for the Shadow Ball, not into what was the Sinistcha, but instead into the Blastoise as an Aura Sphere goes into what was the Kangaskhan, coming in to be the Whimsicott. This Zoroark, man, it's doing things. It's putting its disguise to the max and even getting one of the casters at least. But I think that was a pretty even turn from both trainers here. They've both repositioned. Chloe has taken a little bit of damage on the Blastoise, but I think that's okay damage to take at this point. It does also have access to Dark Pulse as well. So there's a lot of damage still being threatened down on kind of all the Pokemon on the field at the moment.
Yeah, the only thing that isn't really threatened on the board at the moment is Chloe's King Gambit there. Whimsicott is threatening probably a little bit of damage with Moonblast. But I think what Drew might do, I'm literally going to say it as he does as well, it's going to be a Fake Tears Shadow Ball into the slot that he knows can't protect. And after seeing the Shadow Ball damage, Drew would feel pretty confident that it does pick up the Mega Blastoise. Which it does, allowing it to just be Sinistcha and King Gambit on Chloe's end. Drew still looking in quite a solid position. The Kowtow Cleave will come out and it will take the Zoroark to Sash. It's okay, Henry, no more confusion, I promise.
It makes it a really... It makes it a really interesting position here now, because while that was a really, really good turn for Drew, getting the Mega Blastoise off the field, we're in a situation now where Chloe can get the Trick Room up. The King Gambit in the back is still so threatening from Drew, which might be just a bit too tough for Chloe to overcome. But she can at least maneuver herself now. That Zoroark is just so under threat from Sucker Punch. It has to switch out, otherwise it will go down. And the Whimsicott, it is one of those Fake Tears Encore Whimsicott. So it's kind of like, it is still very tough for Chloe to get to, but it's a better position than I feel that she was on last turn.
Yeah, I would say the position is slightly better. Depending on how the turn plays out, there could potentially be an Encore pin that could come out from the Whimsicott. Because if it's a case of, if the Sucker Punch goes out onto the Zoroark is knocked out there. There is still potential for it. We don't see the Sucker Punch,
No
so
sucker.
maybe... Yeah, I'm thinking it might have been an Iron Head Trick Room to potentially look at taking out the Whimsicott while not being able to be locked into Encore after going for the Trick Room, which does look like what has happened. So Drew, playing in an offensive manner, was able to capitalize off that. So now it's kind of just King Gambit, Zoroark, and Mega Kangaskhan. Mega Kangaskhan with that fighting move as well. Chloe still potentially in it. Maybe we get some big Sucker Punch crits with some with a Black Glasses buff. But time will tell as we go into there. All that Zoroark needs to do at this point is just slowly put off a little bit more chip. Just for the love of everything, don't click Icy when you do that King Gambit, Drew. It's just the one thing you don't really want to do. You'd rather be clicking Psychic and not giving it any buffs at all. But Drew definitely turned that around into the game too here.
Yeah, no. So Chloe protecting there, just scouting out the fake out, making sure that, look, any guaranteed damage that I can stop, I will try my best to stop. Definitely a massive hill for Chloe to climb. I think it's fairly close to say in this situation, I don't think the King Gambit can hold on, and I don't think it has the capacity to get through this game. But it is Pokemon. Sometimes things can happen. Oh, that was a big Sucker Punch. A critical hit there could have actually done a lot there. But the Hyper Voice and the Drain Punch coming out here. Drain Punch, more than enough to take down that King Gambit, bringing us to a game 3. But that was a really impressive adjustment from Drew there. He correctly identified that the Frigga after Trick Room was the big problem, and he was able to take that out on turn 1. Excuse me. If Chloe had gone for something like the fake out into the Kangaskhan turn 1, that's such a different game, because you get the Hyper Voice down, but Trick Room goes up, and then something like a Rain Dance Water Spout is super threatening. But we didn't see that. We saw the Zoroark as that King Gambit, not only tricking Chloe, but myself as well, taking that Aura Sphere happily as the Farigiraf went down to the double up from these two big normal type attackers. And now we're looking on the reverse side, where I think Chloe doesn't so much have to adjust the Pokemon that they're bringing, but needs to keep in mind that that Zoroark mixed with some of the other Pokemon can take that big KO turn 1 on the Farigiraf. Chloe needs to be getting Trick Room up, and needs to keep that Blastoise healthy. As soon as the Blastoise went down, that pretty much spelled the end of the game for Chloe. Just as much as Drew needs to KO that Blastoise to really get through Chloe's team, Chloe needs the Blastoise to get through Drew's team. The speed control just very, very much helps it do that.
Yeah, and it goes to show as well, like just the immediate like sort of pressure that King Gambit puts onto a Trick Room team like that, being able to bluff it as a Zoroark, it just goes to show that that's very much a strong use of how the Zoroark generally is tend to be ran, sort of forcing those bluffs, which we might even potentially see here onto the game 3 as well. It's one of the joys of casting Drew. You just don't know what is what sometimes. But Chloe's got a big couple of turns here to run through and make sure that they get the key turns correct in regards of if I get a correct fake out target, if Trick Room goes up, and do I get to utilize those as best as possible while keeping my centerpiece, which is the Mega Blastoise, just as healthy as possible to be able to put out as much damage as possible. We are seeing I was gonna say we're seeing a Mega Blastoise, but we're not seeing a Mega Kangaskhan.
I feel like in this situation, it's absolutely correct. There we go. To have that Zoroark on lead to swap things up. But I think instead of going for something like maybe a Cloudtail Cleave here, a Swords Dance would be better on the King Gambit. You've already shown that King Gambit, it is so risky to throw an Aura Sphere into there. And you're happy to let them get up the Trick Room as long as you've got a boosted King Gambit on your side. We saw how much damage a Cloudtail Cleave with a critical hit did to that Blastoise in Game 1. If you're getting a Hyper Voice off turn 1, which, let's face it, nothing is stopping that Hyper Voice from going off turn 1, if you can get into their Trick Room with a Swords Dance up, that is so threatening into the Blastoise. It's almost threatening enough to the point that Chloe might want to reverse the Trick Room here. But it's such a rough position because the Blastoise can't protect. So if you want it to remain safe this turn, it needs to switch out or try to live a hit with the help of that Sinistcha, but there it is switching out. King Gambit coming in, a lot happy to take a Cowtail Cleave, but I don't really think anything's happy to take a +2 Cowtail Cleave.
Probably the best thing on Chloe's board to be able to take that Cowtail Cleave there. We see the Psychic go into the Zoroark, not the Kangaskhan there. And Zoroark potentially just looking to throw out another Hyper Voice again, just another little bit of damage there coming out. That King Gambit may potentially be in range of Drew's King Gambit's Cowtail Cleave, just seeing the sheer amount of damage it was doing on the switch in there. But yeah, Drew being able to capitalize on that turn 1 with that Swords Dance while the Trick Room goes up, and knowing that the King Gambit is also slower than the Mega Blastoise in the Trick Room, allowing it to move first, was a really good play in turning the Trick Room into an advantageous spot for Drew there. Unfortunately for Chloe, getting that turn 1 fake out call incorrect is a little bit tough because instead of denying the Swords Dance there, it's sort of stuck staring it down.
Yeah, and I think Drew's kind of in a position right now where he doesn't even need to target down the King Gambit. He can just start going into the Farigiraf, making sure that there's no reversal of Trick Room here, which is really important for that Blastoise. The Blastoise is really the only threat, unless we see something like maybe a Basculegion, but with the Swords Dance up, the Blastoise is the only real threat to King Gambit, and if Trick Room goes down, as long as the Farigiraf is gone, the Blastoise is still Sucker Punchable, so it's still just so good for Drew to cover that Farigiraf there. There's no reversal of Trick Room. There's no more priority blocking. This King Gambit is now in such a good position to just go absolutely ham. The Zoroark is still there, just clicking Hyper Voice after Hyper Voice. It doesn't care that you know what it is and where it is now. It will just keep doing the damage until you take it off the field. But to do that, you need to take resources away from dealing with this King Gambit, which, honestly, at this point, it might just be too late. That Swords Dance King Gambit can always throw a Sucker Punch into that Blastoise. So I feel like one of Chloe's only options here would be to get that Sinistcha in for the King Gambit, fake out for the King Gambit, Blastoise fake out the opposing King Gambit, and then just try to redirect attacks away from it. But you're also going to cop a few more Hyper Voices in the meantime as well.
Yeah, or even, just a Shadow Ball deciding to come out there, doing quite a big amount of damage to Blast. So that special defense drop as well,
Oh,
quite nasty work there, because any more special moves that are thrown out to there, it could even at this point still even be something like a Hyper Voice to kind of bypass that Rage Powder redirection that Sinister would like to throw off here. But Chloe's turn there was definitely a strong turn for her there, being able to kind of get herself back into a position where the Blastoise is protected from the King Gambit and threatening that knockout as well. We'll see in the next couple of turns if that positioning does pay off in favor of her or not. It'll be
looking
interesting
at
to
this
see.
as well,
Mhm.
the King Gambit on Drew's side, it's super threatening. It's going to be just as threatening next turn. You can absolutely afford to just protect your King Gambit here and go for a Hyper Voice. Guarantee some damage on that Blastoise slot, whether it stays in or it switches. But instead, it is just a Kowtow Cleave, something straight out from this King Gambit, going straight into that Blastoise. No Life Dew, no Rage Powder, no protection. And it's such a crucial Pokemon in that Blastoise is off the field. Chloe likely calling a Protect there, but Drew going straight for the offense, busting straight through the bluff that is that Rage Powder. And I think that spells the end of this game.
Yeah, I think it's going to be very rough to come back from, especially because one of the Pokemon that was originally the eluded Pokemon was that Kangaskhan that we do see coming out now. So Trick Room's over. Fake Out is back in action again. No, not even Mega Evolved either, so it does have that scrappy Fake Out for the Sinister to be able to block it off. And a potential Kowtow Cleave or Sucker Punch from Drew into Chloe's King Gambit can definitely spell some disaster for that, generally depending on how the Pokemon are trained and what is called for here. But Drew has elected to Mega Evolve, so maybe looking to do the opposite, where to fake out the King Gambit and just looking to Kowtow the Sinister.
With that Swords Dance and those black glasses, I think you can really just afford to fake out Kowtow Cleave here. Drew going for the safe player of Protect. He goes, sorry. Both King Gambits again. Chloe going for the Protect, stopping that Fake Out, and going for the Machigachi here, possibly going for a burn, getting it on the Kangaskhan. Doesn't look like it's getting it on the... Oh, getting on both! Getting the double burn on King Gambit and Kangaskhan, but with the Swornstance boost and the Black Glasses, I think this will still be enough to get the Sinistcha. Oh, barely hanging on with 3 HP, that Citrus Berry, bringing it up just a little bit. These burns definitely help, but this King Gambit is just so far out of reach right now. A Sucker Punch and a Machigacha combined, even with the burn, I don't think that's quite enough to pick it up. But every little bit certainly helps.
Yeah, the Sinister are working absolute overtime with that massive turn there coming out there. Not, with the double burn and the live. Normally in a position like this, in other timelines, the game is over. But however, the game is still alive here, depending on what key turns Chloe can call correctly with the Sinister as well. The option for Rage Powder here, does Chloe elect to click it, drawing away and protecting her King Gambit a little more? Or does it look to go for a different alternative plan there? Maybe something like a double protect or possibility like that. But we see the Sucker Punch going to Kangaskhan, do quite a fair amount of damage there. We do see the Drain Punch coming out here, and I think it may possibly be a Kowtow Cleave into Sinister, and it might be a wrap here, Henry.
Yeah, I was going to say something like a Rage Powder might have been able to do something there, since that Kangaskhan can't actually deal damage to the Sinistcha. But Chloe recognizing that, look, if I'm going to do anything in this endgame, I need more HP. But unfortunately, Drew still going for that Drain Punch, not falling for the bluff once again. And a Drain Punch and a Kowtow Cleave is enough to finish the game. Ending the set in Drew's favor. Drew showing why he won a regional with Zoroark, how he is so good with that Pokemon. Like, I know we've seen Wolf on the stage with Zoroark, but man, Drew plays that Pokemon to absolute perfection. He plays it so well, and it's such a signature Pokemon for him now. He's used some out there teams before. I remember talking with him at Las Vegas, his Executor team, which was so cool. But like that Zoroark, it's just he uses it to such effect, and he uses it, even when he doesn't use it, just the threat of it is so powerful. Doesn't really matter how experienced the player is. Chloe is a fantastic player, an experienced player, but you have to take into consideration those the option for the Zoroark, and especially when your best game plan into your opponent is to go for Fake Out, the normal type move, Aura Sphere, the fighting type move. It's just so hard to do, and Drew played those mind games really well.
Yeah, just putting on a pedestal just the experience that Drew has using the Hisuian Zoroark, alongside you with that King Gambit as well. King Gambit was one of the Pokemon he did generally like to enjoy bluffing offs, because it's not going to be very often that you're going to throw a Dark type move into a King Gambit. And a lot of the time, if you're throwing a move into King Gambit, it's likely going to be a fighting move to hit it for that 4 times weakness, or a normal move like a Fake Out, or something like an Extreme Speed to sort of like potentially like do a little bit of chip away at it, or for any reason whatsoever. The Zoroark having both of those type immunities is very strong for it as well. Just running through, showing just the strength that he had using the Mega Kangaskhan as well. Because Drew is someone who I know quite well, there was a lot of like on and off about the Pokemon that Drew did want to use for this event. Mega Lopunny was on the cards as well, but its best normal move, I believe I mentioned, was like Facade, which is definitely not going to cut it quite as much in a regulation like this.
Look, you could always go with that Giga Impact. You might not be moving next turn, but you're going to be doing one heck of a lot of damage on the turn you do.
Yeah, and we have seen the big single targets, just big red buttons as well. We saw the Light of Ruin come out from Dimitri as well, from that Mega Flood. Just some moves like that just can basically an execution button on a Pokemon there.
It definitely doesn't feel good to be on the receiving end of that. I can tell you that much.
Nothing to take away from Chloe, though. It was really good showcasing of what Mega Blastoise can do, and if you're able to keep Mega Blastoise in a solid position as possible, just healthy and supported, just the amount of damage it can output as well, just with the Mega Launcher ability. Mega Blastoise also in previous formats, not something that got a lot of too high level showcasing or play. So seeing it there and just a little bit of what it can do back in this sort of like semi-scaled back kind of a format was really nice to see, especially paired with a lot of the new tools that came out in later generations. It's like that Farigiraf, like the King Gambit, like the Sinister as well.
Well, it's also just cool to see, like, we've had this happen so many times in previous sets today, but the adjustment and the comeback that we saw from Drew there. Game 1, it was pretty rough for Drew. Like, Chloe got the Fake Out and the Trick Room up turn 1. After that, it was just bang into bang into bang into bang of Chloe getting these hits down and securing the win. Game 2, like we were both talking about it, we're like, look, this is still a really rough hill for Drew to climb. His team is not the best into opposing Trick Room. He's really got that King Gambit, and that's about it. Drew showing just how powerful that Zoroark is, just getting down that little bit of consistent chip. It's going to happen every time. That's something that Drew could guarantee. There was no Fake Out that could go into it. It's got that focus dash. Nothing's one hit KOing it. You're always getting that damage down, and he was just playing the bluff so well, and really adjusted incredibly. Because I would not say that it's a good matchup for Drew. As commanding it as Drew was after the turn 1 of game 2 and 3, I don't think that was a good matchup for Drew. Zoroark and his kind of prowess with it was really what held him through that set. And it goes to show just how powerful of an ability that illusion is.
Yeah, when utilized well, Illusion is just one of those abilities that can absolutely make or break your tournament. If you're not too familiar with piloting Illusion, you'll probably use it a couple of times and going, oh, my opponent just gets it right every time. This sucks. It's all about just making sure that you're putting the right Pokemon in the back to elude. And not only that, we saw it in the game 2 and 3, the different illusion targets as well. In game 2, there was the King Gambit that was eluded to dodge the Aura Sphere to be immune to it. And then in game 3, the Kangaskhan being immune to that Fake Out because the Kangaskhan was not a Kangaskhan, it was a Hisuian Zoroark. Yeah, we
like saw it masquerading as all 3 other Pokemon that were brought. It was the Whimsicott game 1 as well.
Yeah, the Whimsicott falling a little bit shy, not being able to do too much in those early positions. As a Pokemon that was brought into the back to be able to provide that Fake Tier support with the Hisuian Zoroark once the Farigiraf goes down. with the encore pressure as well. Something that Whimsicott is just generally known and really quite good at doing, just putting on that prankster encore support. Even though the mechanics have been slightly changed a bit, it's still an amazing tool just to lock down an opponent for a couple of turns. And when you're staring down a team like Drew's, where there's a little bit of like, oh, I know what some stuff does, but I'm not sure about what everything does. Any time loss, it can eventually roll into something that Drew runs away with the game with, and I feel like that was only a little bit of what happened here in some of the games here today. But nonetheless,
Yeah.
very well played from both of our trainers here today.
Yeah, and just before we duck out to kind of close out our tournament today, I'd like to give a big shout out to two people in particular. First off to Andy Brophy, sorry, who casted today. It was great to be able to have the chance to cast with Andy, and also has done all of the graphics and overlays that you have seen today while on stream. We rave about it every time, whether it's one of our OCE VGC streams or regionals in Oceania, but Andy's just so good at what he does and makes all the Oceania streams 10 times better than they could be. But I think the biggest one this time, which usually does go to Andy, but the biggest shout out this time to another one of our phenomenal players that we have in Oceania that didn't take part in playing today because they were busy organizing it, running the stream, running the production. Lewis Tan is the one that put this whole thing together. Got everyone together, organized the times, dates, is running the stream behind the scenes. So a huge, massive shout out to Lewis Tan. Next time, hopefully, we'll get to show off Lewis's skills on the stream again. Hopefully, by that time, Togedemaru is legal. I know Lewis loves facing against that Pokemon. But yeah, so it's been great to be here. Huge shout out to Masto. Thanks for being here, casting with me, Mark and Andy. It's been an absolute pleasure. Thank you to everyone who's tuned in. We hope that you all enjoyed this early look at Oceania VGC when it comes to champions, because unfortunately, until NAIC and the World Championships, we don't have any tournaments, official tournaments on champions. Our last tournament for the season is Melbourne Regionals, which is the week before Champions drops officially for VGC. But yeah, no, thank you so much to everyone that tuned in. We hope you liked the massively diverse amount of teams here. I saw people discussing it in chat earlier, and I'm glad that everyone loved how many different teams there were and the different Megas and the different Pokemon. And yeah, Masto, do you have anything you want to add before we sign off?
I think you nailed pretty much everything on the head. There was an absolutely phenomenal showing from a multitude different team styles, play styles as well, and of course, yeah, big kudos to Lewis, Andy, yourself, and Mark for helping run through. It takes more than just players to run an event like this. We do need those behind the scenes sort of members. Where Andy and Lewis absolutely crushed it, yourself as well, Henry. And yeah, big thank you to everyone involved, including those watching at home. Maybe you've got an idea or two that you want to run through and test on the ladder. Maybe if some of our trainers are kind enough, they may share a cheeky rental or team to open to the public, but that is completely up to them. A lot of really cool stuff that was showcased here today. So hopefully, if you're in a little bit of a rut on Champions Ladder, maybe you found some inspiration from here today.
Speaking of which as well, just on a note that you said, thank you to our players as well. We couldn't do it obviously without the players here to play the matches. That's kind of a big one that we forgot about briefly. But yeah, huge shout out to all our trainers, not just the ones that won their games today, but just everyone for coming out and participating. Everyone put on an amazing show. There were such unique teams, unique play styles, and we kind of got to show off a lot of different, whether it's mechanics, team cores, the way that different trainers play. Like, it all came out, win or lose, and it was really impressive to see kind of how everyone played the game and has kind of put their foot into champions, because getting to see these early kind of meta cores or early teams from such strong players is really good, not only for the strong players that they're going up against, but for everyone that gets to watch as well. So yeah, like we said, if you want to reach out to some of these players, they all have social medias. Feel free to reach out. I can't say whether they'll respond or not, but it's always worth a try. But yeah, we might even put some, if players are willing, we might even end up putting some pastes out there that you've seen today. And yeah, so keep an eye on our socials as well. But thank you so much for coming along, everyone.